seeing a decline, and it is very important that we all understand that what adventure we have when we actually take up engineering as a profession. So we'll now begin the session on women in engineering. I would request the MCs to kindly take over the session, please.
A very good morning. A very good morning on behalf of MIT University. I, Harshita Muga, a second year BTech student, along with Ms. Haya Kazi, PhD scholar, Ms. Manya and Ms. Jayati, BTech first year students, welcome you all to the 4th International TRACE 2022 panel discussion on women engineers, breaking the barrier and engineering the future. I now call upon Ms. Haya to kindly take the proceedings further.
Can we have absolute silence, please? And can we have a big round of applause for this power-packed panel we have in front of us? Thank you.
The 21st century will be the century of girls and women, declared the former United Nations Women Executive Director in 2011. Today's panel discussion attests the fact that women are truly leading the way in every field and are now making a mark in civil engineering. This international conference, TRACE, which is Trends and Advances in Civil Engineering, is about the rapid changes civil engineering is undergoing due to globalization, environmental concerns, and disruptive technologies like AI/ML, biotechnology, nanotechnology, and much more. This conference is aimed to bring together leading academicians, researchers, and engineers, both theoreticians and experimentalists, to present their work in different areas of civil engineering. A hearty welcome to one and all. At Amity, modernity blends with tradition and eco-friendly practices. While the TRACE conference symbolizes modernity, it is our tradition to welcome our distinguished guests with the sacred Tulsi sapling as a token of gratitude and to foster new relationships.
Please may I request Dr. R.K. Tomar sir and Dr. Madhuri Kumari ma'am to welcome and present the sapling to our esteemed co-chair, Ms. Sangeeta Viz ma'am. I now request to welcome and present a sapling to the Dr. Chitra ma'am. I now request to welcome and present a sapling to Rajni Dhiman ma'am. I now request to welcome and present a sapling to Dr. Ambika Bell ma'am. I now request to welcome and present a sapling to Ms. Papia Mandal ma'am. I now request to welcome and present a sapling to Ms. Anamika Kadam ma'am. I now request to welcome and present a sapling to Ms. Priya Vas ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I now invite Dr. Madhuri ma'am to throw light on the objectives of the conference and to take the proceedings forward. Thank you, ma'am.
A very bright morning to each one of you. I think we are already into afternoon now. It's getting brighter, and I mean it. We started the inaugural function, had chief guest of honor. It was great learning there, got to know a lot of latest trends in civil engineering, and in line now we get on to see the contribution of women in engineering through this session. A warm welcome to all the distinguished panelists on board here. On behalf of Department of Civil Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I extend a warm welcome to the chair of this session, our very own Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am, who is here with us, and she has been the sole supporter, motivator, and who has helped us to take trace to this level. Ma'am, we are so thankful to you, and she has always been guiding us, telling us that, we should show to the world what engineers are doing, and more so show to the world what women engineers are doing, so that it can be a sense of motivation for our students to take engineering as a choice. A warm welcome to all the panelists, Dr. Ambika Behel, ma'am, who is heading CRRI, Engineer Papia Mandal, ma'am, who is General Manager in Engineers India Limited, Ms. Rajni Dhiman, ma'am, who is heading Water and Environment in Rambol, Ms. Sangeeta Vij, ma'am, who is co-chairing this and is a great motivation again and a great supporter for us. She is the managing partner of firm, and Dr. R. Chitra, who is director of CSMRS. Then we have Ms. Priya Vyas, who is editor of Springer, and we have with us engineer Anamika Kadam, who is deputy general manager of L&T. We have galaxy of women engineers out here. Extend once again a warm welcome and thank them for sparing their valuable time. Now, needless to say, women are doing wonders. But yes, the concern is there. When we talk about STEM, we are still there. We need to do a lot to catch up with the ratio when we have to talk about women versus men. It is not about the comparison that we are actually trying to do such type of session, but it is for the purpose of motivating girls, students particularly, and of course, the entire fraternity of the upcoming students to consider science, technology, engineering, and mathematics as a matter of choice. Believe me, it is one of the subject or the course that you could take which allows you to experiment and adventure through. And the era is where you need to innovate, where you need to come out of the basic conventional engineering and prove yourself to stand right in the markets. So with that note, we have designed this this session. I would request session co-chair to take over for others to know to tell them about the how the session is going to be. We are going to take the introduction from all of them, listening to their success stories for 5 to 8 minutes, and followed by that there will be question that will be chaired by Dr. Balwinder Shukla ma'am and co-chaired by Sangeeta Vij ma'am. So before we start, may I invite our chair, Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am, to kindly present her view and take over the session. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhuri. First of all, let me congratulate Team Civil Engineering Department at Amity University for putting up an excellent conference. And I'm seeing the dais full of the women leaders. And so I extend very warm welcome to all the women leaders and especially the women engineers. And there was a time when there was no engineer globally, but then slowly, that today when we are seeing that the the women engineers numbers have increased substantially. Still, there's a lot of disparity between the gender disparity in the engineering profession, but thanks to IT industry, where we can see the large number of women have participated, especially when we talk about the civil engineering. This is still the I would say the one of the toughest engineering the engineering domain, where having the woman civil engineers is a very challenging. But we have the number of examples who have really they made the mark not only for themselves, but they have taken their country to the to the global map. And we are seeing the so many engineers today. I remember when I was at IIT Kharagpur, I was the only girl in my class. There was all over the rest all were the boys, and I was the only Indian. So I had to all the time move around with them only, because I could not find any girl with whom I can walk or move around. And so therefore my habits also became like the boys in the class. And so I'm very happy today seeing the so many engineers on the dais, and especially in the civil engineering conference. So how we are going to take this session is very important, because we would like to hear each success story who's sitting on the dais, that what they have gone through their profession, how did they make the success story, in the men's world, how did they make the place. And I know that everyone had the big support from their family, from their parents. That's the way that starts. And that then is the that after marriage, that how well the spouse supports and the children supports later on. And without this support, you cannot really lead your professional life. And because in my life, my father has been my biggest support. He never differentiated between the whether that there is a son or the daughter, and gave the all opportunities possible for the education. Though I come from a very tiny village in the interiors of India, but my father said education is the one wealth which will help to create the rest of the wealth. So therefore the education should be given to the all the children, not only to the male child of the family, but to every child. So I'm very thankful. After my marriage, I think the kind of support I got from my husband, what I am today, is only because of because of my father, and then because of my husband, and the great understanding by my children, that I'm able to do whatever I wish to do. And so I'm always thankful to these three very important the members of my family. And I have been very fortunate that I working with an organization where there is no differentiation between the gender. It is the equal opportunity, and then it's only the performance matter, nothing else matters. And we have at Amity almost the 50% of the the faculty or the staff are the female, as well as that we have almost 50% are the female students also. So therefore this organization, you can see the fair representation in all means. And we only whether it's we have the number of, so when we look at the leadership right from the student to the up, we can see it's only based on the performance the people get the leadership position. We have number of girl students who are the class representative, which is the first level of leadership among the students. And we find those class representative, they are doing fairly very well. And our honorable founder president and our honorable chancellor has always said it has to the merit, it has to prevail and be the part of the culture. Then only you can bring the excellence at the workplace, excellence in the students' learning, and excellence in the students' journey. So I'm extremely thankful to all the women leaders who are sitting, and you are truly a role model. And my request to all the students, even the male students, that's what is going to be the work culture, work environment for you people in the organization. So therefore you need to understand how to be gender sensitive, how to work in the cross cultural teams, because you will be having the team member from across the globe. You may be having people from the different cultures and the various genders, because when we are looking at the inclusivity, the third gender also, you have to look at the transgender. You have to say, how do you really work in all the teams and give the respect? That becomes very, very important. So I would request the way that this panel will be, each member will first share their thoughts. After that, there will be the questions. I would request, Dr. Sangeeta ji, that if she will moderate the complete session and manage the time. I know we are running behind the schedule, but I think we should give the fair chance to all the members to share their thoughts. We will cut down on the lunch part. So with this, may I request Sangeeta ji to please moderate the session. Sangeeta ji, I'm extremely thankful to you that whenever we invite you, are always there, and seeing you, and it gives always great pleasure. So once again, I extend very warm welcome to all the panelists, Dr. R. Chitra, Ms. Rajni Dhiman, Dr. Ambika Behel, an engineer, Papia Mandal, and Ms. Sanjamika Kadam, and Ms. Priya Vyas. So thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, under your guidance, we'll take this session forward. I would like to take your permission, ma'am, before we move ahead. Let me just do a quick introduction of the speakers or the panelists out here. So, our students have prepared a short about the panelists. It's always great to know your speakers before we begin. So, with that, may I now request my MCs to kindly take over and introduce our panelists. Slightly quickly, you have to do this.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to introduce the distinguished co-chair, Ms. Sangeeta Vij, ma'am. Ma'am is a renowned civil and structural engineer from Delhi College of Engineering with MTech from IIT Delhi and has spent around 40 years in the building design industry in senior management roles. She is the managing partner, ST Engineering Consultants, a 20-year-old detailed engineering consultancy firm in India. Prior to this, she has worked as DGM in RITES before starting her engineering consultancy in 1996. Ma'am has also worked as director at a multinational firm, ACOM, for a couple of years, handling prestigious tall mixed-use development. Ma'am has received the Golden Wade Award and is on board Seismic Academy of India, which is a recent development. Thank you, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time and honoring us with your presence. I now request Ms. Jayati to introduce our esteemed panelist, Dr. Chitra, ma'am.
I would now like to introduce Dr. Chitra R. Ma'am, Director, Central Soil and Materials Research Station. Ma'am has an experience of more than 35 years in the civil engineering field. Ma'am has done a BTech in civil engineering from Government College of Engineering, Tirunelveli, and MTech in geotechnical engineering from IIT Delhi and PhD in geotechnical engineering from IIT Delhi. We are fortunate to have you as a panelist to shed light on this important topic. I request Ms. Harshita to introduce our panelist, Ms. Rajni ma'am.
I would like to introduce the esteemed panelist, Ms. Rajni Dhiman ma'am, Head of Department, Water Rambol. Ms. Rajni Dhiman ma'am is associated with Rambol India Private Limited as HOD, REC Water, Rambol India Private Limited. Ma'am has 24 plus years of vast experience. Prior to Rambol, ma'am has worked with Halcro, a CH2M company, and ICT Private Limited. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing the occasion with your presence. I now request Ms. Manya to introduce our esteemed panelist, Dr. Ambika, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Ambika Behel, ma'am, Head and Principal Scientist, Flexible Pavement Department, CSIR Central Road Research Institute. Ma'am has worked for BASF Construction Chemicals as Technical Marketing Executive and joined CSIR CRRI, a government research organization, in 2007, and currently working on highway materials for flexible pavements. She's the first woman engineer to receive the prestigious Indian Road Congress Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Birth Centenary Award from Sri Nitin Gadkari. Ma'am's specialties include specialization in chemical and polymer modified pavement materials, sustainable road construction, technologies like plastic waste modified bitumen roads, warm mix asphalt, and recycled asphalt material characterization. It is truly an honor to have you with us today. Now, I would like to request Ms. Jayati to introduce our esteemed guest.
I take the privilege in introducing Engineer Papia Mandal Ma'am, General Manager, Engineering, Engineers India Limited. Ms. Papia Mandal Ma'am has done M.Tech in Structural Engineering from IIT Delhi, is presently holding a position of GM in Structural Division in one of the leading PSUs and Knowledge Hub, Engineering India Limited. While being associated with hydrocarbon industry for more than 20 years, Ma'am has acquired vast experience in refineries, petrochemicals, pipelines, gas processing stations of various domestic and overseas projects. Ma'am is presently handling one of the biggest refineries of the world, Dangote Refinery, Nigeria, along with some other domestic refinery upgradation projects as structural team leader. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable time. I now request Ms. Harshita to introduce Ms. Anamika, ma'am.
It is an honor to introduce Ms. Anamika Kadam ma'am, DGM Civil, Larsen and Toubro Construction Private Limited. Ms. Anamika Kadam ma'am is having experience of more than 25 years and actively involved in construction management of large-scale infrastructure projects, both nationally and internationally. She is currently serving as DGM in L&T in Phase 3A expansion project of Delhi International Airport, New Delhi. Ma'am has worked as civil engineer in overseas projects in Abu Dhabi, UAE, and Salalah, Oman, and closely interacted with international consultant with ARUP, Hill International's Covey Larsen, among others. It's truly a privilege to have you here, ma'am. I now request Ms. Manya to introduce Ms. Priya Vyas, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I would now like to introduce Ms. Priya Vyas ma'am, Editor Springer. Ms. Priya ma'am is a publishing professional with a diverse experience of more than a decade in her current role as an acquisition editor. Communication plays a pivotal role. The best part of ma'am's job is to discuss amazing new scientific discoveries of the leading researchers and scientists across the globe, ensuring their significant research gets published as a high-quality content and reaches the intended audience. I would now like to invite Dr. Madhuri ma'am to take over. Please, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now over to co-chair Sangeeta ma'am. I could not have been more shorter than this introducing my panelists. We are delighted and extremely thrilled to have a power-packed panelist out here. And thank you once again. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. Thank you, Dr. Shukla, for her encouraging words. I'm always very happy to be here at Amity whenever there's an opportunity because it feels exactly like family. So how we are going to conduct this session is that we start with our stories, take 5 minutes each approx, and let's stick to the time because we are not having an unlimited time. And I can see children at the back are a bit restless. Please feel sure there are no marks for this session. You are here only if you are interested. So I will expect you to be silent and give the ladies a chance to tell you their stories. I am Sangeeta Vij. I was in 1977 when I went to Delhi College of Engineering. It was a very, very unusual thing for a girl to get into engineering and that to civil of all the disciplines was considered not doable. And my maternal uncle, who was a master's from Delhi College of Engineering, came all the way from Hyderabad. He used to work with BHEL. He came to tell my parents what a blunder they were going to commit, allowing me to do engineering. But my parents were a pillar of support, and they just said that we want to give our children the best education, and we don't want to deny her just because she's a girl. She's been doing extremely well academically, so we want to support her. So my journey as a civil engineer has been great. I can tell you that we did start with a disadvantage financially because both my parents were little children when they came from Pakistan side of Punjab and had no father to support them. My grandfather from my mom's side was a civil engineer. He was doing pretty well, but he was murdered during the rioting. And my nani came to Delhi with 8 children and just one box of gold that she had. And she brought up 8 children without any other support system, or she was not educated enough to work. And my dad also had lost his father. So we started in the lower middle income group. I recall when I was born, my first memory is living in a rented class 4 accommodation. And today I drive my BMW. I have a driver. I have a beautiful house. My children have studied in US and UK, and I think I am always carrying the latest iPhone. So for you guys, the usual symbols of success are there. So I'm just sharing it just to catch your attention. Please don't talk among yourselves. Otherwise, I'll walk out. I can't have this kind of, thing. So professionally, as a civil engineer, I've grown. I learned my engineering basics in rights and attended a lot of workshops conducted by IIT Kanpur faculties, Dr. Sudhir Jain and his team. When earthquake code came into India, it was in the 80s, I think only around 1984, we got our first code for earthquake designs. And IIT Kanpur faculty was very instrumental in spreading awareness about it. Before that, buildings were designed only with vertical loads and no earthquake designs had been done. So I got interested. I found it to be a fascinating subject. And in fact, I left rights in 95 just to explore if I could do more. I could do a bigger variety of projects. I could handle better clients, do, more substantial variety of projects. So I started on my own. And I'm happy to tell you that I have not only done almost all kinds of buildings that are there, industrial, very heavy industrial, right from rail coach factories to cement plants, pharmaceutical plants, power transformer plants, and even projects abroad in Nigeria, Sudan, Algeria, Iraq, Botswana. And I'm happy today professionally, I can tell you that we can design concrete projects, steel projects with ease, equal ease. I've also designed up to 54-storied buildings in Noida Sector 32 for WAVE while I was working in AECOM, and also associated with a number of projects in DLF which were high-rise, residential up to 40, 44, 42-storied. And we are also currently doing a lot of commercial and industrial development. We are actually doing a lot of composite buildings with steel structure and composite floors. And I'm really happy that my journey of 40 years, although it's been a roller coaster ride, as Madhuri ji is aware. I mean, I lost my company to the ICT owners in 2010, and I had to take up a job for 5 years. In 3 years in Prime and 2 years in ACOM. But I restarted my company in 2015 December as a partner with another structural engineer. And I think all in all, I'm very happy with the way things have turned out. And it's been very challenging. We have designed projects which are, some of them, considered to be landmarks, like 100 feet tall stainless steel structure that we designed for Jindals at Tanmar is still considered to be Asia's tallest structure in stainless steel. And when I started my structural consulting firm, I think I was the first woman engineer in India to start my consulting firm. And the projects, when we used to go for doing business development, people met me out of curiosity more than anything else. That, okay, they wanted to see, who's this girl, chit of a girl who's, started her own structural consulting firm. But gradually, once I established my, by doing good work, I built up a good reputation. And today in the market, if you ask about me, I'm sure you will get to hear reasonably good feedback. That Sangeeta ka design hai to fail to nahi hoga. I think that is something which is very remarkable, and I'm very happy that I have built a reputation which is so strong that if I'm a structural consultant, the peer reviewer has to be very careful. And if I'm a peer reviewer, the structural consultant has to be very careful that he has to do a good job. Otherwise, his design is going to be, taken apart or scrutinized too badly. So I'm happy to be here again, and I'll pass on the baton to Chitra ji. Okay.
हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन सब लोगों को मेरा बोलना सुनना है या नहीं सुनना है हिंदी में बोलो या इंग्लिश में बोलो जब आप सुनेंगे तभी मैं बोलूंगी है ना हिंदी में बोलो या इंग्लिश में बोलो पीछे पीछे देखो when I came to this hall I thought I'm going to talk in front of very meager people. That too, we are in the human engineers session and no girls are there. So I am very fond of girls. I myself having one daughter and she settled in the US. But then the time passed on and now it is full, almost all the chairs are full. So I am Dr. R. Chitra as called. When Sangeeta ma'am was talking, I was feeling very inferior. What? Because what I am going to talk about myself, I don't know myself. I'm just doing what I'm thinking daily. Okay. So I did my graduation from Government College of Engineering, Tirunelveli, which is in Tamil Nadu. Just you must have aware of Kanyakumari, heard of Kanyakumari. Just 60 kilometers northeast to Kanyakumari, there is a place called Tirunelveli. I graduated in civil engineering. When I entered into civil engineering also, there is a story. Because that college was begun just 4 years back, they were not having any infrastructure. They have to go to some other place for doing labs and field labs and all. So they didn't allow any girls to enter into the civil engineering. I was allotted with, I wanted to become an aeronautics engineer because my aims are too high. So I wanted to become study mechanical engineer and catch the aeronautical engineering by joining the army, and I have to join the Air Force. That's what my mind goes. But they said mechanical engineering, a big no. Then I said, they put me in electronics engineering and you just sit in a building and then work. I said, nothing doing. I will you give me civil engineering if you don't want to give me mechanical engineering. They said for a lone girl, we will not allot any space there. Then I said, no, if you give me civil engineering, then I'll study, otherwise I'm going. So, but the principal happens to be friend of my father. He said, okay, if you bring girls of total 5 numbers, then we'll allot the civil engineering to you. Then I had a good social rapport with my batchmates, and then we were 8 girls together, and then we got that civil engineering allotted to us. So that way, I passed out in 87 August, and then got the job, Government of India job, but started in Ministry of Surface Transport within 2-3 months. Because after finishing the degree, I thought, like other people, I'll not sit at the home. I got early married also. The day I gave the viva voce of the final exam, viva voce, the next day I got married, because I was the eldest child of my parents. Because of some reasons, they may be having something. I said, whatever, I got engaged 1 year before. I said, you do whatever you want to do. What I have to do, I'll do. So that's what, because I was aiming high that time. Nobody can stop me. Even now, nobody can stop me. Right? So then the next day I got married. Then I said, these people are going to ask me to cook and then look after other children. So I said, I'm not going to get any job or what. So I searched for job, and then I got the job. At that time itself, 4 jobs I got. I chose one of the job, and then I joined, and I took the fair step. I told my husband, I'm going to Noida. So my office was situated in the Noida, and my father came along with me and then left me here, joining my first job. So after that, 2 years I was working with them, and my progression career was very high. And everybody, I was working with the people from Netherlands, and they were wondering about my skill. Then I thought, no, I cannot be stopped. So I thought of changing my job. So I applied for other jobs, including CRRI, National Institute of Hydrology, and Ministry of Water Resources, this job also, and MCD, Municipal Corporation of India. I got all the job. Then I thought the research organization will be better thing. After 4 years, I'll shift to the other job. Because if you see the stress strain curve, how it goes, that is decided by the one who is testing, right? So that's what I was thinking. Then after joining this job, it never ended. So I started as a Group A officer in this office, and then going to, it is not a very simple building jobs. It's a field oriented job, and wherever we go, there are valleys and hills. If we have to visit a site, maybe after developing a site, we are going, then facilities are available. If nothing is there, there were time when I was young, I had, by looking at me itself, everybody is shocked, because they have to make arrangements for my bathroom facilities also, washrooms. That is the biggest challenge I was having. And then I didn't bother whether they are arranging for it or not. Then so much difficulties. Every day we are traveling 500 kilometers ups and downs, and 200 meters in the hill, and then coming down, and then we are trekking. And after that also, you should not take a deep breath and then showing your tiredness, so that your mind should not get exhausted, right? Those things are. So now, if you ask me whether I am satisfied, no, I am not satisfied. There are a lot of things to achieve. Presently, I am heading this organization, and not only visiting the difficult and easiest side. And if you ask me about the success projects, every project is a success project for me. Before the project is started, the foundation The competency of the foundation is judged by me and by us. Our team works for that. And then even after the structure is commissioned, there are problems. And by name, every sector, though I am working in the water sector, the thermal power sector and nuclear power sector, railways and roadways also come to our organization by my name also. So that's what I am proud of. And who are all behind this? Everyone. Starting from my parents, mother first of all, and my father. My career is a dream of my father. Presently, I have lost my father when I did my PhD, but that is a very blow put on to my head. I thought I have lost everything. I'm not going to do anything. But my mentor, Dr. Dhawan, just told me, you have to move on. You have to make your father proud of you. He must be watching you from somewhere. So then I just moved on. And then before that, I don't know what happened to me. I lost all the works I have done for my PhD. Then I recreated everything in 3 months, which I did for 5 years. So that is the strength we get from our mentor also. And then my brothers, sisters, and my husband, and my daughter. She is the strongest support of me. And she always say, even if I have to come to any program today, she says, Ma, you will do the best. Go. They show the confidence in me. And my colleagues in my office also. Everybody is proud of me. So that gives me very strength. And one of my colleague is sitting here, Dr. R. Bharti Chavre. And because of her only, I'm here today. Otherwise, I am too busy these days. But I thought I have to come here. And I love meeting people. So I have a big network all around the world. Today also I came here for networking, adding more people, and that's you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chitra. We are so proud of you, and your story definitely is very interesting. So let us move on to Rajni ji now.
Hello. Yes, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me here, and as part of this panel. I can start with my story as, I belong to a place in Himachal, like in a very remote village at that time. Now the connectivity is better. So I would say I was the first women engineer in the entire district at that time. So when I chose this career, my parents were pushed by everyone at that time that why are you sending your girl to the engineering college, and that too for the civil engineering. So I have like 5 siblings, and all my brothers and sisters are doctors and engineers. So out of 5 of us, my sisters and my brother, they are doctor, and one brother is engineer. So till 10th standard, I used to think that I'll be a doctor, looking at my eldest sister. So when I had to choose my, stream in the 11th standard, my brother, who is engineer, he came to me and he said that now enough of doctors are there in the family. Better you go for the engineering. I said, okay, fine. I just agreed and decided on that, and I took PCM. And I got selected at the first attempt in 1991. And I did my graduation from NIT Hamirpur, which is there in Himachal Pradesh. After completing my graduation, I did my MTech from IIT Roorkee in hydraulics. So, and then completing that in 1997, I joined a very Indian company, I would say ICT, started my career with the with core transport projects at that time. And the very first project, challenging project I would say I did was Banihal to Srinagar. We went to the site, we visited, we did the inventory of all the structures there at that time. At that time, it was a peak militancy period, and we used to like when we used to go to the site, the army was there along the road, and they used to tell us, why are you going under the culvert? There could be mines also. Yeah. Yeah. So that was my first project with ICT. We did the design after doing the site visit. And after that, the another challenging project I did was Kabul airport. So that is, and I also did the site visit for that air project also. So these were some challenging projects I handled at that time. And, with 8 years in the totally core Indian company, then I started my journey with the multinational company, started with Halcro, which was later on acquired by CH2M Hill, and then now it is Jacob. So I was there for around 10 years, and then I shifted to Rambol. In Rambol, now I'm heading the water division. So we are basically doing the global engineering for the Nordic countries. So in my team, I have around 50 engineers and CAD technicians, and we produce the design, totally the infrastructure design for for the Nordic countries. And I have, like I would say, within my team, I have 30 to 70 women and male ratio, and my target is to achieve more gender ratio there. So yeah, so that was my journey to my professional career, I would say. And I really like to have like engineers in the team, motivate them more and more, and I also get motivation from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajni-ji. Very interesting story indeed. Can I request Papia Mandal to please go on now?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone. And thank you, Dr. Madhuri and the entire management for extending this opportunity to us. I had certain problem, but I was so enthusiastic to join this and so thrilled. So I thought, no, I'll have to attend this. As far as my academic and professional career, I would like to say first thing, like once I stepped into the university, I was super joyed. So all through I was thinking, why whenever I get a chance to visit some institution, I feel so happy. Because civil engineering was my choice. I decided since my standard 8th, I will do civil engineering because you can feel the things. You can see the forces. So I was super joyed to join civil engineering. And once I joined civil engineering, I was decided that I will be a faculty in one of the engineering colleges. But in my final year, when I got direct admission to IISc Bangalore, that time itself I got chance in Engineers India Limited, and it is one of the best institute in India in engineering consultancy. So all my professors, starting from HOD and parents, everybody said, no, you join, later on you can decide. So I joined. After a few years, I felt that no, I have to pursue my MTech. So I took a break and did my MTech from IIT Delhi. Then I was very happy in the company because it was even a big institute. There was a lot of knowledge flowing. There was free culture, and I've learned so much. So I never repented that I could go to some academics. Later on, I got the best opportunities of the projects. I did BS6 project, which was Supreme Court driven. I got the big gas processing unit in UAE. And presently, just I finished, it is under construction, world's largest refinery, which is next to Atlantic Ocean. It's in Nigeria, Dangote refinery. And I have designed the world's largest refinery structure, which is supporting 8,000 metric ton of equipment. So it was very satisfactory to do all these things. Recently, I got 2 awards. Like one was a national award from iStruct for structural engineers, and another was a FIPI award, which was the Women Executive of the Year, and got it from Honorable Minister Hardip Singh Puri. And as far as my joy, intrinsic joy is concerned, I believe in continuous learning. And so recently I finished, last year I finished one management and leadership program from IIM Calcutta. And now I am starting a PhD from IIT DMS, but this time not in technical. I have decided to switch over. I am planning to do it in strategic management, because at this level of point, I feel strategy and management is more relevant to my career and everything. And one thing I would like to say, that yes, challenges were many, but I always believed as me, not as a woman engineer, as an engineer, as a good, best, and my performance is all that matters. It is not men or women. I never felt this difference in my career, in my academics, and nowhere. I believe that you have to be so good that nobody can overlook you. And that was the thing. And learning is really good. So I believe in continuous learning. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Papia. I think your achievement, the projects that you mentioned are remarkable, and we are definitely very proud of you. And we wish you the best for your PhD. And we move on to Dr. Ambika Behel from CSIR.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, thank you, the university, to invite me here to share what I have done till now. And I would seriously, when I was sitting here, I was like, I think whatever I prepared is nothing. I mean, I'm hearing all the, stalwarts. When ma'am said that in 1987, she entered engineering, I was like, I was only a 7-year-old girl, and I think that I have done enough in women in civil engineering. So I'm seriously feeling very, very, very small, that I have long way to go. Yes. So I have made few slides because I always think, that when there are slides, it's a little more interesting. I can catch your attention here to see and to listen to me as well. So when I write that from a rover to an achiever, so first I would like to tell just in few pointers, whatever I have done in last 16 years. Whenever I listen that, oh, this is the first woman to get this award, I'm like, really, in 30 years, you didn't get any woman to get an award in highway engineering? I mean, why? Who made this that women cannot do this or women cannot do that? I'm the first woman chairperson of BIS committee. Again, why there was not a, BIS lady chairman? And then I was the first woman scientist of my organization to receive Best Research Award from Dr. Harshvardhan for my patent on using plastics in road construction. Then I also got another award, which was again like, okay, you're the first highway woman engineer to get Vishwakarma Achievement Award from Construction Industry Development Council. So these are little high pointers which I say achiever, but when I say I was a rover at time, because I am not a civil engineer. I was wandering here and there, what do I do? So when I got this award, so I kept on looking, as Madhuri ma'am was mentioning to all, that I got this award on 8th October from Nitin Gadkari ji. I was looking at that award and I was smiling, laughing, because it was written that I am awarded in highway engineering. So there was a whole wagon of people. When I joined CRRI 16 years back, they said, "Tumhara yahan koi scope nahi hai." I was like, today I have the testimony. There is scope. I have created that scope. Scope aisa nahi hai. Because we think that women cannot do this, women cannot do that. Right from, when I'm again going back, when I started my journey, many people said that you'd go and speak with the director, take transfer. What you will do in highway department, go to the planning department, go to the data analysis department. You will not be able to, work on roads. I was like, okay, let me at least explore. Now I have given the opportunity. I was selected by the panel to be in Central Road Research Institute in pavements department. Okay, let me see what can I do rather than listening or meeting my seniors to transfer me to some another department. So right from there, the only woman engineer in my department in 16 years, I have covered that I'm today heading the same department with 22 engineers working with me. And when I go to the project sites, I have a whole wagon of men working with me on my direction. So that is, something which really gives me satisfaction. But when I talk about civil engineering, so there are pictures. We recently did a project in Kargil. So I went to Kargil, Zanskar, where it is very difficult for anybody to reach, but I was with my whole team working there. At the same point, I'm working on a project in developing the whole road connectivity in Andamans. So you all go to Andamans, there is a holiday destination, but we are working on the downside of the Andaman where there is no road. You need 3 days to reach there by crossing the creeks. So I'm designing, building highways, roads over there so that people can get connected. So, more than, like motivating women civil engineer, I think men also needs a motivation, because civil engineering happens to be your last choice. It should not be, whether you are a girl or a boy. Woman civil engineering, I think, after teaching or medical, is the third most satisfaction giving, a field, because whatever you create you can see. Now today when I travel on any national highway, I feel so much satisfied that this highway I designed, on which everybody is moving, this building, okay, designed by somebody. So a civil engineer should choose this, a student should choose this field as the first priority, rather than jab kuch bhi nahi mila to counseling mein jo last seat mila, that is civil engineering. So it shouldn't be like that. So when I say, when Madhuri connected with me that he wants to speak with me on these barriers, so it's like, first of all, what are these barriers? We need to come out. Even when I joined this field, I was told that these are the barriers, that an engineer requires a lot of after hours work, and we are working weekends. Even I work on some of the weekends, which is not best suited for mom. Who said that? Any woman said that it is not suitable to me? Any mom said that I cannot look after the project as well as my child? No. This is only the thought process of the society. The problem is that we women tend to align with that thought process. Most of the women at large today, we have big names who did not align with that thought. That is why we're sitting over here. Second comment which always I heard, that the roles in engineering is that it entails a lot of hard work, laborious work, not best suited again for women. Come on, we can give birth to a child. That is the most hardest task. If we can do that, nothing else is hard. We can do that. Yes, so these are the barriers. Who made these barriers? None of the women made this barrier. This barrier was created by, again, society. And who will break this barrier, which was not created by us? You need to break. Only a woman can break that barrier, that I can do this or I cannot do this. Nobody else can. And what we need for this is to have such role models. So I thank Amity to organize such a session where all role model women are sitting over here. So when I say as I already said, my journey from lab to field. So I started my projects where I was used to, given 10 samples of bitumen a day, ki chalo lage raho, isko test karte raho. Because ladki hu, field pe ja hi nahi sakti, I cannot do anything. My designing skills were not appreciated, where people did not have that confidence, because women are always judged. Engineering skills, they used to have that doubt in their mind, whereas my male counterparts used to have much more acceptance. So we have so many struggles apart from the physical endurance which is required to work in a civil engineering field. So I took that proud in saying that when I'm standing here, in last 16 years, I have done project in each part of this country. In last of my APAR review, I made a India's map and put my projects pictures when I'm standing on the site, and I could cover the whole country, right from Zanskar to Andaman to Mumbai to Kerala, Kanyakumari, everywhere highways I have given the design, or I have done the failure investigation. When a highway fails, somebody has to investigate why it failed, whose fault it is, who needs to be penalized for that. So these are some of the pictures. when I go and work on the sites. As ma'am had said that yes, it is a roller coaster ride. I think for every woman that is a roller coaster ride. So when you are ready to wear that hat, be ready for that roller coaster ride. So these are some of the pointers I jotted down, which I think even when I see so many girls over here tomorrow, you would be going to the field, entering that field. So you will face this. This is a male dominated field. You will always be challenged on your engineering skills. There will always be unfavorable site conditions. It is very difficult, especially for a woman, as ma'am said that they needed agencies needed to have specific arrangements for women, but it is not everywhere done. I have worked on highways. In a building construction, you still have, some washrooms facility available. I was working on a highway and the only lady, and the road construction projects doesn't go as per our mensuration cycles as well. We have to perform. I cannot tell the construction, please stop, wait for next 1 week, let me come, be okay, and I'll join you back on the site. You cannot do that. You have to be prepared. So the endurance is required from a girl, from a woman, and you can break that barrier. It is not difficult. If we can do, you too can do that. And then odd working hours, it's okay. You have to make a team. I have learned in 16 years. It's like, it's say that benefit, you give benefit to somebody, you will get the benefit back. That is what I learned. I gave that benefit, that I have very good writing skills. I used to tell to my male counterparts, research karte hain, writing is all on me, data analysis is all on me. Daytime from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. I'll do the whole site work. 6 p.m. onwards, it's your turn. You can make the team, make it happen, rather than believing when somebody says odd working hours hai, ladkiyan kar nahi payengi. There is a way out. It is, we have to create that way out, how we can do, we can make the team and deliver this. So the only thing I would say is come out of your comfort zone and realize your strength. When I say realize your strength, this is the poster I posted in my department, in my room, the first day I joined CRRI. I realized when everybody said that you cannot do much here, take your transfer, go to some other department. So this is from last 16 years still pasted on my wall, that they will first insult you, then they will oppose you, then they will accept you, and one day they will appreciate you. And that will happen. You need to do that. Right, so just a last slide. I know I think I'm overshooting the time, but just 1 minute more. When I said that I'm not a civil engineer, there is a dialogue. I'm not Shah Rukh Khan, but it's this dialogue. I really believe in this. कि अगर आप किसी चीज को पूरी शिद्दत से करना चाहते हो, पूरी कायनात जोर लगा देगी कि वो हो जाए. वो कैसे? Because I am when I passed the common entrance test, that time it used to be common entrance test, my father pushed me to computer engineering. After 1 month, I came back, packed my bags, Papa, I don't want to do computer engineering because one box I do not understand. I need to work on fields. My brother was a civil engineer. I just was copying him that I need to go on a bullet with the Ray-Ban glasses and doing the engineering, drawing, all that karna. Ye dabba wala engineering mujhe nahi karna. My father did not allow me. In the second counseling, he pushed me to electronics and communication. Again, after 1 month, I came back. I said, I can't do that. He said, okay, then chemical engineering, but not civil engineering. I said, okay, something better. At least in chemical engineering, I would be going to the, refineries, to the fertilizer plants. At least dabbe se chutkara mil gaya. So something is going in my mind. I did not want to do all these engineerings. It was in my mind that I want to be a civil engineer, but I was told not to do civil engineering. Okay, fine. So after my master's in chemical engineering, I joined NIT. I got a job. I was teaching in NIT Jalandhar. Again, after 1 year, I said, Papa, I can't do this. I need to go back to the fields. I need to do something. I cannot do. So that is why, when you want to do something, it will happen. So it so happened that out of all the blue, Central Road Research Institute came out with an advertisement. They wanted to hire a chemical engineer. I was like, wow, there is my chance. Now I'm a chemical engineer. I will go there. So that is how it happened, that even after doing all this, a chemical engineer was enrolled in CRRI. After that, I did my doctorate from IIT Roorkee in civil engineering. Oh, that was a real roller coaster. I didn't understand anything of civil engineering, but I did from IIT Roorkee in civil engineering. I got the admission on dual department. So I had to do 2 courses in civil, 2 courses in chemical engineering. I did everything, did whole my project in civil engineering because I wanted to do civil engineering, though I was not allowed. So that is how I'm here in CRRI. So this is the picture of that award. And also, in last 16 years, our department never, I'm just showing the strength a woman can bring into work. Our department, where all the work is with aggregate, bitumen, dirty laboratories, we never got award for the best, display department. First time in those 16 years when I was heading that, I made it happen. A woman could make it happen because we can do the dirtiest work but still make it look beautiful. So that is your strength. Do it.
Thank you, Dr. Ambika. It was very, very interesting, and your story definitely makes us all feel very proud of you. The message that she's sending across is that we are strong, and we have to believe that first of all. If we believe we are strong and we can do it, the others automatically will follow suit. So now we move to Anamika Kadam. She's a Deputy GM LNT and heads the T3 project, expansion project that's going on.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. I'm actually not requiring this mic because standing at side, my voice is always so loud. So, yes, what a wonderful opportunity MIT has given to me. Thanks to Madhuri ma'am and everyone here, organizing team. I'm really grateful to listen such a stalwart people sitting beside me, including Priya ma'am, which is I'm going to hear after this session. And thank you very much all. Like everyone has said, I'm also civil engineer. Did my BTech from Pantnagar University. And civil engineering is the branch over there, which is the mother branch over there. And we have wonderful labs and wonderful survey lab facility, soil testing facility, and structural testing facility. So it was one of the core college. At that time, there was MNR, through which I got into that Pantnagar College for civil engineering. And definitely, I am grateful to my alma mater that whatever I have learned and I am practicing today is because of my alma mater. And that was a branch which I took with my desire. It was not a forceful this thing. And at the back at my home, people actually resisted with that I am going for civil engineering. That time we were in the class of 50, only 3 girls were there, and it was very, very funny scene. All 3 girls were sitting in the front row, and all the boys, and we were never allowed to sleep, because we were sitting in front row. So that is the funny part of it. And actually, that thing kept all front rows people on their toes because they can't sleep. So what we need to do? We need to listen to the lectures. And so I am here today because I listened to those lectures. So, and I'm grateful that after doing engineering from there, I did my construction management from NICMAR. And then I got selected to one of other mother consulting company at that time is Consulting Engineering Services. I worked with stalwarts over there like Ghosh sir and Shitla Sharan sir. Those are like I was in the starting of my career, and I was in the team of such people who were the gem of their professions. So I designed so many bridges, flyovers. My core competency is designing bridges and flyovers. So I designed this ashram flyover. I designed Piragadi flyover. I did so many designs in Mumbai. That time we were doing so much consultancy work for AFCONs and UPSBC, among others. And then after instant of 9 years, I joined my Lee Associate, another consulting company. Then I joined Aegis, and then I came to L&T Larsen and Toubro, where I am since past 2011. Now this is 12th year running. So friends, now after doing design, sitting on my seat and doing designing and all, what forced me to come to the core construction? Now I am heading construction, a building I am heading. And today also, if you see Times of India, there is a news about I2I facility, which is GMR, is going to started in next couple of days. And friends, I am really thrilled. I just shared this thing with ma'am, that because that news I got right now only in my WhatsApp, that this facility is going to be started very soon, and I'm very thrilled to share with you all that I designed that facility. And I was there till 2:30 a.m. in that facility on Sunday also, so that it can start it very soon, because GMR was forcing us that they have to start it and they have to do their media briefing and all. So I am very happy that now that I2I transfer facility also will be started in Terminal T3. So that kind of, see, you get these kind of appreciations and all. This gives lot of strength. There is no barrier like men and women and students and boys, nothing, girls and boys. There is no barrier of, like Dr. Ambika has said now, this is the barrier created by society. None of the mothers said that I cannot do work on weekend because my home will suffer. I truly support this, because I was working till Monday early morning till 2:30 a.m. in Terminal T3. And my husband is also a core hard working construction engineer. He is also in L&T. He is also heading one project. So we both are, actually, you can say, workaholic. You can say that. And my daughter is actually, she is studying MBBS. She is in second year. So we all are people actually grown from the root, where our parents have taught us that you have to do whatever you have to do with your heart. At the end of the day, you should feel contented that whatever you have done is actually you have done as per your optimum honesty, where you feel that end of the day, I have not done injustice to that kind of thing which I have done. So that contentment I carry every day whenever I used to come back to home. That message actually I give to my daughter also. Beta, whatever you are doing, actually I am giving this message to all those backbenchers who are little bit disinterested in listening. So whatever you do, just be sure that you should never repent. Whatever is the outcome of that, whether it is going to work in your way or not, no issues. This is life. This is your life. But do whatever kind of, sanskar, whatever kind of morality, ethicality your parents had given to you, imbibed in you, please stand to do those things. And there is nothing guide women and men kind of thing. Now world is moving very fast, and this kind of equality and this kind of values I am seeing everywhere now. I am working in L&T. There is around in my site also, there are 3 or 4 people, women engineers who are heading their disciplines. So with this, I will not take much time. Thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anamika, for this wonderful story. Now we'll move to Priya from Springer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really appreciate the patience of all the students sitting behind on the last rows who are sitting and still managing to listen to us. I can tell you one thing, right from the title, you probably would be thinking that has to do with women, but that's not true. It has equally to do with the men. Because when you grow up, you become the gentleman. You are going to be the allies to the women who are discussing the challenges they have faced. And probably when you grow up, the number of challenges would not going to be the same because of you. So the change that we are trying to talk about here, the change in the society that we are trying to bring in here through this discussion, that change is going to be brought by you people largely, because we are here only to discuss and identify our challenges. So I would request the attendance and concentration from each one of you who think that that person is going to be a gentleman when they grow up. So that was the first thing. Now coming back to my own introduction, as you have heard, and I have been very kindly introduced by Sangeeta Vich ma'am. I would like to thank first of all Professor Balvinder Shukla for having us here. Then very special thanks to Dr. Madhuri, who invited me to this esteemed panel. And I think in front of all the achievements that they have shared so far, I don't think I have done much in that way or in that aspect. But yes, I also started my career in 2007 when I had just completed my graduation. I was out of curiosity, I did one course of 1 year, which was a PG course. And while doing that, I lost my father. And because I was the elder child, so everything came on me in terms of financial things, more importantly. So that made me to drop the idea of MSc, which I was willing to do at that moment of time, and I got into the professional industry. Then I was offered a job of a copy editor that was into publishing. I had no clue about. Somebody called me, some HR. He said that, would you be interested in taking up this job? I said, I don't know what it has to do with, but I am confident that I can do if you teach me. So they said, okay, we are going to take a test of you. And if you clear that test, we will be hiring you. We'll first train you and then you can continue with your job. I said, okay, fine. They took the test. I cleared the test. I got the job. So that is how I landed into the industry of publishing. Also, I would like to tell you that I am not an engineer by education. I did my honors in chemistry. Then I pursued my rest of the education. I'll tell you how and why. So soon after my first job, I also got a proposal of marriage, and my mother wanted me to get married. So again, you would all connect with it that, once this proposal of marriage comes, especially, like in an early age on, now that we are in a generation where we don't think about marriage at least until 30 years of age. I was having this proposal at the age of 23. I hadn't done much by then. I think I was hardly into my first job for two years or something. So yeah, I said, okay. So then, but I continued supporting my mother and my younger brother, who was 7 years younger to me. And I continued with my job. And after marriage, I married to a very well-off business class family where working women are, like, it doesn't hold a lot of value. They said, okay, we are earning enough. You can stay at home, look after the children, look after your in-laws, and that is fine. You have done your education well, teach your children. There is the place, where your education going to be of use. So, but I had different plans on my mind. So I continued with my job. Initially, I didn't get a lot of support from my family, of course, of their own reasons and belief systems that they come from. And I never argued with that. So that is how I started and continued my journey into editing and publishing industry. And then came the time when I had to, plan my family. Then I gave birth to my daughter, who was the younger one, the elder one, sorry. And that brought the pause in my full-time career. That also didn't stop me there, because I was determined to do something with it. And I just was not ready to just sit down in my house and do nothing. So I decided to start my MBA, because I wanted to pursue my education, which I was not able to do initially before of certain reasons, which were unavoidable. So I completed my MBA from distance learning, and at the same time, I continued as a freelancer for 6 years. And now came the important part of the male counterparts in my family, which you all would be doing in certain phases of your life. So my husband was very supportive of me and my ambitions. He supported me fully with my education as well as professional aspirations that I had. So I started my second innings as a full-time professional after 7 years break in Springer, which is one of the leading publishers across the world. The privilege that I have working with this publishing company is that the name is enough. If I go somewhere and tell them that I work for Springer Nature, they say that okay, we know Springer Nature. So that was the kind of platform that I got when I started my second innings, and there I continued my journey. I have two very sweet children. I have now the entire family supporting me, who have identified the potential that I have, including my in-laws and my husband, who is there, has been there. So women empowerment is something that I would like to bring to your attention, that there'll be a lot of challenges at every phase of life, no matter what you are doing, where you are doing. The thing that is going to get you going is the support. That support can be from anyone, in your family, in your friend circle, or anywhere else, at your workplace also. So those allies, they can be male or female, and you have to be open to the support that they're going to lend you, and you have to respect that as well. So support system is very important, I would say. Then not deterring from your path just because you are not in the favorable conditions of doing or achieving something. So I would say that at the end, what matters is the determination that you have, the passion that you have, and then how much persistent you are going to be, to follow your dream. So that's the takeaway, and I hope the rest of the session that you are going to watch today, or to listen to, is going to be really useful for you, because now we are going to have a lot of useful questions which you might not be aware that, okay, especially again the male students here, that, oh, is this kind of problem also there? We don't know. But this is going to be useful for you later on, or maybe some part in, at some point of time in your lives. So have more patience, listen to what the ladies have to say here. You probably won't get a chance to listen to so many women, doing really best in their respective careers, at one point of time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Priya. And it reminds me that when I was to get married, the only shart that I kept for my husband to be was that I'm never going to stop working. Even if we have children, I will just work through it. And trust me, my second baby came just a few days after I finished my MTech from IIT Delhi. I had to request the professor to prepone my viva, so that I could go to the hospital and have my baby. So it's the courage of conviction that matters, and you have to be strong, and you have to work hard and earn yourself the place in industry which is marked for you, which you richly deserve. So we'll go on to the question answer session, and I have to request all the panelists to please stick to just 1 minute for each of us. My question is the message that I would like to give to female engineering students in, considering the main factors behind my success. I think it's just hard work. Keep learning about your BIS codes, your new technologies of construction, new design methods. All those who are civil engineers will understand that we need to move on to performance-based design. World over, the earthquake-resistant design is being done through performance-based design. But in India, we are still not ready because our students are not being taught performance-based designs even at MTech level. So I think the need of the hour is to keep abreast of the others by learning more, keep reading, keep, at least half an hour every night instead of just spending it on Netflix and Prime Video. Just read something new, and that will really help you when you grow. And I think civil engineering is a great profession, the mother of all engineering, and it's never going to be out of fashion or out of demand. As we grow, move on to the next century, Civil engineering is always going to be in demand, whether it be its design or construction. And I think you have to be in a niche field, and you have to keep yourself very much updated about the latest happenings, the latest softwares, the latest in construction, latest in design. In fact, I think now more than ever, design has now got linked to the construction. Anamika will agree with me that when we are designing structures, like we did something for T3 airport expansion, so we have to keep in mind how the construction is going to be done. What kind of joints are we going to achieve? Whether we will be able to achieve a fixed joint. Just assuming a fixed joint is not going to be enough, especially in steel. Similarly, in concrete, you can't assume a pin joint unless you will know you will be able to achieve a pin joint in concrete, which is really speaking a big challenge for a construction engineer. So with that, I'll move on to Dr. Chitra. Would you please elaborate on challenges and excitement of core engineering branches?
Yeah, earlier when soil mechanics and foundation engineering, now it is called as geotechnical engineering, is the boringest subject. When I was doing in graduation, I used to sleep, and I used to mug up everything, but I took it as a challenge and then take as my specialization. Now I am very leading and solving many problems. You talk about, have you heard of dams? Small dams to big dams. So Terry Dam, have you heard of? Yes. So it is the third largest dam in the world. So the highest earth and rockfill dam, third. First highest dam is the Nurek Dam of 305 meters. Yeah. That is the very, I'm very proud to be involved in that. So whatever work you are doing, you have to be proud of. So irrespective of any additional subjects or specialized subject you are involved with. First of all, what Mrs. Sankita was saying, read. Read, read, read. You have to read more. And think. You think whether it is a small thing or a big thing. Don't doubt yourself. And discuss. Wherever you go, be a very small person to a biggest person. Don't hesitate. And get the motivation of people around you. If they are not motivating you, you motivate yourself. Okay? Self-motivation is the biggest thing which is going to bring you to the top. And there is no top. If you achieve the toppest position also, shift the bar above. Try to reach it. There is nothing in the world that you cannot do it. You can do it. You say it to yourself since morning. You are very blessed with every day. You are blessed. How many people are getting early, getting up? You don't know. You are blessed. You are blessed with another day in your life. So whatever you are doing, small thing or the biggest thing, that is an achievement for you. Okay. So this is for anything you achieve, you be thankful to everyone. So you can achieve it. And this is my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chitra. Rajni ji, I would like to ask you, considering digitization is now, such a buzzword, what is your recommendation to engineers of core branches for being future ready in terms of using artificial intelligence and integrations with civil engineering?
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to say that we have gone through the industrial revolution, we have gone through the agricultural revolutions. Now it is technology revolutions, right? And the technology plays very vital role everywhere, right? When it comes to the engineering, I would say the technology has made a lot of changes in terms of how do we plan our projects, how do we design our projects, and how do we construct them at site, right? And that is through the digital solutions or the various digital platforms. There used to be a time when we used to create only the 2D drawings, and a lot of scope for the errors was there even during the construction at that time. Currently, the technology has enabled us to do a lot of, to create the digital or to create the twin models of the things which we want them to be there at site or at the ground. We can create the 3D models, we can create the virtual reality models, right? So if, for example, if I have to plan a city, it's not only structural engineer or only the road engineer who's going to play a role there. There are different disciplines which are involved there. They will be part of the entire project, right from the planning to the construction phase. So through the digital platforms or through the digital tools, we can create the 3D models. We can see the entire city through the virtual reality models, that how it is it going, how is it going to operate, the various services, everything. If there are any issues there, we can certainly resolve them upfront so that we do not face any problem, when it is actually there at the ground. So such sort of platforms are there nowadays. The only thing is that our engineers, they have to keep their pace with the technology now. As ma'am said, that keep reading the new things, right? About the machine learning, I would say, or that artificial intelligence, it can help in various ways, on multiple things. For example, nowadays we are seeing a lot of cameras on the road. They can track each and every vehicle. If there is any incident or any accident at the road, they can report that. Similarly, through the machine learning, these cameras can be trained to measure the speed of the vehicle also. That is one example. Another one is even in the construction machines, equipments, we can feed the data or we can feed the design details which we produce from our side, and the construction can happen accordingly, right? So all these things are due to the machine learning only. Another one is, through the optical fibers which we lay down in under the ground, they can sense the behavior of the vehicles. They can report the incidents, like and also help in the asset management. If there is any damage to the property which is happening at the road, they can report that to the server, and then can be rectified. So at the end, I would just like to say to the engineers here that civil engineers with some knowledge on the analytical tools like Python, SQL, or Power BI. Exactly. So that would be the future of our engineers. So keep doing the hard work and keep learning the new things, new technology, right?
Thank you, dear. Now, my question to Papia is, first of all, congratulations for being conferred with the National Award for Outstanding Women Structural Engineer of the Year by Indian Association of Structural Engineers. Many congratulations on a well-deserved recognition. Now, my question to you is, industry is always known to be facing leaky pipeline, as far as retention of women engineers is concerned. Do you think, gender plays any added role in all this, lack of women leaders in engineering organizations? And please share your thoughts on how should women engineers stay motivated and strive for excellence.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to say this is very interesting question. If you go to management book, they will say there are many barriers. Like leaky pipeline is one of them. There are boys club, sir, no offense, just saying like this. There are glass ceiling. All of these are creating problem because a global study have shown that there are very few women CEO, even less than 2% or 5%. I don't recall the figures. But recently, I just attended one of the lecture from former director of IIT Delhi, who said, though women engineers are less, but in higher study, women are far ahead of men. That means potential is there, but CEO is not there. Where is the gap? I would not like to contribute this to gender bias or to this three problem, because I feel the main problem is here in the mind makeup of the women. You see, women are most of the time very complacent with whatever they have. They have lack of aspiration. They don't like to keep the goal set high. So this is as also Ambika said. Society might have created certain setup, but it is not only male or female. It is all of us. Certainly people think that we cannot do. Even in a PSU, people say that PSU culture, you don't have to work after 5. I have walked till 9 o'clock in the night with one of my engineer and like spotlight over our head. Because next day onwards, I was going for 2-3 days leave. And that was a submission he had to make and I had to review that. So I made it sure that it goes. So aspiration has to be there. And the second thing is reading. Earlier it was learned, but now it is said well read. Learning has become, the term has become obsolete. You will have to continuous reading. And even though we are civil engineer, it's not civil engineering only we have to be aware. We have to know everything. Like ma'am said, artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency, everything. Because whenever there is a discussion, if you are not well read, then you will not be able to put forward your point. And then there will be a difference created. So being professional, you will have to well read. You don't have to be specialist of everything, but you should at least have the knowledge where the world is moving on. So, of course, leaky pipeline is there. And I am a good example. When I was in maternity leave, there was a rule in my company that if you are not there for 6 months in the organization, that year will not be counted as promotion year. And I had more than 6 months in that. But you won't believe, all my directors and my seniors fought for me that she worked so hard till 9 o'clock in the evening. And what if the last year she could not make it 6 months for some maternity reason or something? But all the 4 years she did, and I got the promotion. And that was the only case in my company where the rule was broken. So there is nothing like management books may give you lots of idea, but I think if you change your mind makeup, keep your goal set high, keep your aspirations high, you can do it. And women especially are more organized, more compassionate. And these days, leaders need to be, management thought process has changed. It is like the time when leaders are to be compassionate, inclusive, and they are organized. So all these things contributes a great thing to the women qualities. So we can make it. And one of the example is our CEO, Ms. Vartika Shukla ma'am. She is the first women CEO of a PSU. So we can do it. Just we have to think that we want to do it. And we have to be persistent with our dream, as I think Anamika said. So that is all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Papia. This was really very interesting. And I would now like to move to Ambika. I would like to know your views on sustainable development, and the kind of work that you've done in your payment is indeed exceptional. So how do you think our young girls here can contribute towards goals, that India has set up for sustainability?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So these days we are doing a lot of work on sustainable construction. First, I would like to just say that, like Papia, madam, I also had the similar thing, but no rule was broken because in central government it is very difficult. But I made sure, because in our central government there is a rule that if 4 years consecutive you get excellent in your part, then you get an early promotion. So the 6 months I lost, after that I worked so hard for the next 4 years that I got one. You get one grade if you have done 100 marks. If you get 110, that means you have super excel. So 4 years consecutive I got super excellence, and then I got a 1 year early promotion. I said that now I take my 6 months back. So that is all can happen if you have that fire in you. It's only, we can say, you need hard work, you keep on reading, intelligence is required. I always say I have no talent except that I'm passionate about my work. Your passion will make you learn everything. That is only thing which is required, whether a woman or a man. You only need that. So that answers the second part. The first part, the sustainable construction. These days all my work from last so many years, I am working on sustainable pavement construction. So civil engineers need to think, what is the need of the hour, what is the need of your country. Like uh, today we are realizing that there are depletion of aggregates. India is 50% importing bitumen, which is used for road construction. So should I wait that I should start importing aggregates also, or should I start my work now for the future? So that is what is required. So we have realized 10 years back that this is the problem coming ahead. We don't have aggregates, we don't have bitumen, the refineries cannot produce so much. So 10 years back, we started working on biobinder. So I am doing a research where from agricultural waste we can produce bitumen, how we can recycle the pavement. So all these things, apart from the design, now there is altogether another angle which has come to construction sector, whether it is building or roads, how to reduce the carbon emissions when you are making concrete pavements, how to reduce your material dependency when you are making bituminous pavements. So all those aspects is the future of construction. We have started working on decarbonization of cement production. We have started working on decarbonization of road construction sector. So apart from having very good designs, civil engineers also have the responsibility to construct, but with the sustainability, so that you do not release emissions. We did a study where we found that when we construct 1 kilometer road, the emissions which are generated are equivalent to 210 cars if they are running annually 24 into 7. So is it sustainable? No. So we have to now start working on all these aspects, how we can reduce emission, how we can construct sustainably. We are working on using waste materials, slag aggregate, tunnel aggregate. So much research is there, and these then implementation of this research is again a big hurdle which a civil engineer has to do. My job doesn't end by doing a small research project in the lab until and unless I'm getting it translated into the field. So there is huge lot of work we are doing. We are doing, madam, 3 projects with L&T, and I would like to share now. I have told L&T that I would next time come to your site, that be our Pali Pindwara highway and then Udaipur Chittorgarh. I said I will come to your site only when there is a boat woman at work. No more this man at work, otherwise I'm not going to come to your site.
That is very, very commendable. And I'm sure Anamika Kadam deserves to be talking about L&T. She herself is leading the team at her project site. So Anamika, the question for you is how your ecosystem of L&T is helping female engineers perform challenging roles like yours. And then next is how IS Shakti membership is helping you in getting future ready.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to answer Dr. Ambika. Just give me a call. I'm a call away. Whenever you are visiting our sites, if you find any kind of slogan like this, I'll get it changed in a moment. And it is actually just a mindset, nothing else. Again, I will come to the same point. It is the barriers created in our mind. No one has stopped us. It is your passion. It is your willingness to work, to excel. So whether you are, I'm not a woman pro kind of thing. I'm sitting here on a woman dais, and now today talking about the women empowerment. But what I feel, there should be a gender equality. And when we are talking about gender equality, both men and women should be given equal chances. And when we are promoting women, we should always create a culture in our society where gentlemen like my co-sitter Mrs. Priya has told us, there should be a kind of sensitivity into the mindset of everyone. Because I am seeing at the highermost levels, there kind of some bitterness between the ladies itself. It should not be like that. We should all promote each other. And in fact, I have seen male colleagues are more uh, you know uh, uh, absorbing your ideas than your women counterparts. Hey, what is this happening? It should not be like that. So when we are talking about equality, when we are talking about inclusion, all these mindsets should change. And when I'm talking about L&D, and I'm very very blessed that I am in such an organization that where we are getting equal chances to perform. It depends upon individual. If I am having that kind of fire in myself to excel, whatever the job is given to me, then there is no stop. There is no stop, definitely. At my time, when I was having my maternity leave, it was in private company, only 3 months, friends. And after completing my 3 months, next day I was on job. My boss was looking at me, hey, but there was support at home. My mother-in-law was there, my husband was so supportive. So when we are talking about society, nobody can excel. Even man cannot excel, because behind every successful man there is a woman behind. This is a proverb. And I am now going to add, this is Mrs. Sudha Murthy has already said it, that behind every successful woman there is a supporting family, there is a supporting husband behind. So yes, in L&T we get all those kind of supporting system environment where I can stand being a woman safely inside at 2:30 a.m. in night also, and can execute my work as per my standards, as per the safety and quality standards of my company. And I'm really blessed. Yes. That is one part of my question. My second question was, being a member of ISTRACTI, being member of Institution of Civil Engineer UK, being member of IRC, being member of ICI, being member of CEAI, I'm member of so many institutions, friend. It gives me visibility. It gives me platforms to interact with so many professionals who are doing wonderful jobs in their fraternity. See, if I am here only working in L&D, it can be a little known well to me. My own well, which I have, Koop Manduk, you people must have heard. So I don't want to be Kueka Mandak. So when you are joining so many different professional organizations, actually you are interacting with so many intellectuals at their platforms. And in this world of digitalization, everybody is on digital platform. COVID has given us so many lessons, and one of the important lesson and one of the important tool COVID era has given to us, that we can be digitally connected to everybody, and we can interact on so many learning platforms. We can be well versed with their technologies. So yes, it is very important to you, all of you also. There are various sprint chapters in IS structure also, in IS also. Every organization has, every professional organization has these kind of chapters. Please join them. Please be active on them. Utilize those tools of your use, and you, when you will be coming out of your college, you will be definitely having so many scenarios and platforms to interact, to get work with them, and it will be very, very useful. Yeah,
Thank you,
very much.
Anamika. I know all of us are such great speakers, we can go on and on, but I think the boys and girls are getting restless. They want their lunch. So a quick comment from you, Priya, as to how women engineers have contributed to your publishing of books. You may have been interacting with lots of them. So a very, very quick comment, please.
Okay, so working at Springer gives me one privilege where I, talk, interact, communicate, discuss projects across the spectrum, from the chairman of ISRO, with whom I have signed a publishing agreement this year, to the director of CSIR labs, to young PhD scholars who just did really wonderful job on their PhD thesis, and we are publishing that. So among this broad spectrum, there comes the significant contribution from women scientists, I would say, first, because the percentage of those category, the gender is there. It's not a lot, but it's there, making a significant contribution. I would say, as per one data from UNESCO, only 1/3 of women researchers, only 1/3 of researchers across the world are women. And if I narrow it down to engineers, only 16.7% females are engineers. Rest of the data, rest of the percentage is taken by the men counterparts. So within that 16.7% of women, Springer has been publishing really significant works across all the subjects, including engineering, right from its inception. We are 180 years old company, and we have seen some remarkable works being published by Springer, from these women engineers coming from all races of the world. And I am also happy to share that in order to identify and, also put this one significant collaboration on a global platform, Springer has a dedicated book series which is called Women in Engineering and Science, where we are highlighting the important works being done by the women engineers and research scientists. And when I was looking at that series, it was started in 2018, and we have published more than 18 volumes already there. And believe me, those topics are from nanotechnology to IoT, from chemistry to biomedicine. So there is no stop there. Women are making, significant contributions into publishing sector, because we also encourage them that when you are doing a meaningful research, without publishing it, it doesn't hold a lot of value. So get identified for what significant research contributions you are making to the society. And Springer has been witnessing that remarkable research coming from women engineers across the world. So I am happy to share that data from Springer point of view. I am sure that the similar data you would find at other leading publishers across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya, and I thank all the panelists and the team Amity for giving us this opportunity. I would just like to close with just these remarks, summing up what has been said by the eminent speakers, that courage of conviction and passion will take you to the heights that you deserve to be in. Just aim for the sky, or let sky be the limit, and you can achieve anything you want. You have to be sure of yourself, trust yourself, read a lot, and you will definitely go all the way. Thank you so much, and God bless you. All the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am, our co-chair, Ms. Sangeeta Vij, ma'am, for doing this great panel discussion. I think it was real. If I said power packed, it was indeed power packed with lot of success stories. not as a woman engineer, but as an engineer, that we could see where all we are going, and particularly as a civil engineer, a matter to be proud of. And indeed, I am feeling so contented and, of course, empowered. Of course, that's something that I have to feel seeing our panelists and hearing to them. Thank you once again for doing this honor. I would request Ms. Gopa to kindly propose a vote of thanks, and then we will proceed for a small felicitation by our joint head, Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, sir, a token of appreciation. I request students to just stay for 2 minutes more. Just students. So can we have a round of applause from your side? Thank you so much. And of course, you also deserve a round of applause from all of us for staying with us and listening to us, of course. Ms. Gopa, a quick vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you to all the students for your patience, and thank you to the great panel members that we have. We are, in fact, looking forward to a day when we will just be organizing a conference saying the leaders in technology or leaders in engineering, and we will not have to do a separate session calling it women in engineering or women in technology. So that women word has to go. So it will have to come only as leaders of technology, where maximum most of the panelists will have as us women heading the session. So that is the day when we'll really be happy. And also the board which says men at work or women at work, we can just replace the board by work in progress. Yes. So these are the futuristic things which you all look forward to. And thank you once again for gracing the session. It was a really wonderful session. It was very, very invigorating and very, very encouraging to listen from all of you. Thank you once again.
Special thanks to our leader, mentor, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am. If you're listening to us, we have been able to meet your expectations, and we promise you that we will keep on growing. Thank you once again. May I request the panelists to kindly step forward so that we can have a photo session together, and then a small token of appreciation from our side. Please.
Nice to meet you, sir. Thank you. We'll keep on meeting. I know. And you are actually, I'm not taking the partners. It brings so many causes. Thank you so much. So we can see yes, make it regarding we'll circle lunch we'll go to lunch side नहीं लाउंज में सब लेके चले वही ले चलो वहां पे है वही देखो आप लंच के ऑफिस में हम अरेंज करवा देंगे मेरे ऑफिस में आ रहे हैं ठीक है हाँ ठीक है मैम का मीटिंग है ठीक है
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Okay.
बहुत बढ़िया बोला होता You are there in that panel, na? Yes. Oh. Excellent. You are working with the L&T. Right. So, I think they are the number one in this construction business.
Yes. And right, they are going ahead because they are keeping abreast
With the latest
current times and demands.
Actually, I was with department, I was with MES and all.
Okay, sir.
I worked with L&T.
Okay.
Real professional.
Yes. Like I agree. So that when it comes to technology upgradation, when it comes to the inclusivity, and when it comes to the processes at site, when it comes to the resource management,
Excellent.
they are keeping them ahead.
Address.
Yes, latest trends. Whether it comes to
No time. Incentive to come here. आपसे कोविड के वाला लगा कर रहे हैं. Yes, yes. Remember? Okay, great. Nice to see you. Okay, sorry. How are you?
truly professional to see to area upload your technical knowledge and that is what remarkable about this. In the last 20 years, I have worked in a laptop. There are also people also taking the stage for the it is not that we are
Request attention of students and panelists. We have chair of the panel, Major General Ashok Kumar sir. So with your kind permission, may we start please? Thank you.
You know my site terms as well, my building names as well, very good.
A nation's strength ultimately consists in what it can do on its own and not what it can borrow from others. A very good afternoon to our distinguished industry leaders, our esteemed conference attendees, respected faculty members, and my dear Amitians. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, I, Siddharth, second year engineering student here at Amity, express a warm welcome to all of you and welcome you to the plenary session on the topic Atmanirbhar Bharat, a self-reliant India, contribution of construction industry, an event held to express our immense gratitude to the industry leaders who, with open arms, Accept, teach, and nurture Amitians and prepare them for future corporate world, which awaits. We thank you for taking your valuable time out of your day to join us here.
Self-reliance is the only road towards true freedom and being one's own person in its ultimate reward. You probably noticed some overlap or at least some potential implications for self-worth, self-expression, self-knowledge, reliance, for self-acceptance. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Siddhi Gautam, a second-year student at IMT School of Engineering and Technology, feel honored to extend my hearty welcome to all of you. I request Dr. Madhuri Kumari ma'am, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Deputy Director, Placement and Industry Relations, MIT School of Engineering and Technology, and Gender Co-Chair Trace 2022 to welcome our esteemed guests. The stage is all yours, ma'am. Please.
A very good afternoon to everyone. After inaugural session, followed by Women in Engineering, now we are moving to be amongst the galaxies of industry leaders and who are going to talk on a very, very relevant topic, that is Atmanirbhar Bharat, contribution of construction industry. On behalf of Department of Civil Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and the entire Amity Universe family, I take proud privilege in welcoming all the esteemed panelists of today's session. Major General Ashok Kumar, sir, Director General Works and General Commandant of Military Engineering Services, Indian Armed Forces, as well as Vice President of IBC India. He is the chair of this session and we are privileged to have him amongst us. Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, sir, Director Engineering, Ministry of Rural Development, and he is the Honorary Secretary and CEO, he is CEO and Honorary Secretary of DIPM Society. Dr. J. Bhattacharjee, sir, Associate Partner of Caritas Law Chambers LLP, Delhi, and he is also the GC member of Indian Building Congress. Ms. Anamika Kadam, who is Deputy General Manager of Larsen and Toubro Constructions Private Limited. She is member of Indian Association of Structural Engineers. Mr. Satish Mehta, Head Business Development, Urban Development, Trackbill Engineering India Limited. He is heading ICE, Institution of Civil Engineers, the Delhi chapter. Mr. Rohit Tyagi, Head Engineering, Hilti, India. I again take pride in informing you all that he is today sitting on the other side of the dais, but it was 10 years before when he was the host of similar session. That was the first international conference, TRACE, and he was part of our own student. He is our alumni. We are very proud to welcome you and have you amongst us. I would like to make an announcement and an appreciation to all our supporters of this international conference, Indian Building Congress, DIPM, Indian Association of Structural Engineers, Institution of Civil Engineers India. We also have supporters, WISE India. So they are the supporters. They have been supporting our conference from long. And we stand here tall in midst of the stalwarts, the industry leaders, on account of the support from this association. My dear students, a message goes to you. student members of all the society is going to add a great advantage to you in terms of networking and learning from industry leaders. It is not so easy to get in touch with industry leaders, but these kind of forums help you to reach out to them with ease. So again, an earnest request, kindly register yourself as student members. Now coming to the topic, I would definitely want to hand it over to our esteemed chair. So before that, may I request the MC to kindly do the honor of introducing our chair of the session. Thank you once again for being here with us.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Self-reliance, it's all that it sounds like, plus considerably more. Now to start the plenary session, I, Arunav Sehgal, a second-year student of here at Amity School of Engineering and Technology, feel privileged to call upon our chair, Major General Ashok Kumar sir. Sir is currently Vice President at IBC India. Sir was an alumnus of Indian Military Academy Dehradun and was commissioned into an engineer regiment of the Indian Army in 1987. He has held various regiments and staff appointments. To name a few, Director Personnel at Engineer-in-Chief Branch, Chief Engineer Zone with Air Force at Bangalore, and Brigadier Human Rights, Discipline and Vigilance with Command Headquarters. Sir has a unique distinction of serving with all the three services, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. Sir has been awarded with Chief of Army Staff Commendation Card and GOC in Sea Northern Commendation Card for his exemplary service and dedication to work. I would like to invite Sir to bless us with his valuable experience. Yes, sir.
Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me behind? I don't see that sound. The youngsters must come out with some josh. So are you all ready? Yeah. So on behalf of the Indian Army, thank the faculty here at the Amity University for having invited me here. And I'm sure as we interact, there's going to be a mutual learning amongst us. I shall talk about what we do and what are the experiences that we need to share with the young generation that is sitting in front of us. And as we go through, I'll in the next 10 minutes or so try and cover as much as I can. And thereafter, when we interact during the session, we will find out as to what we are looking forward. But yes, the need has now arisen ever since the present government took over. We have started talking about Atmanirbharta or self-reliance. And this was there earlier, but now the need has been felt with the kind of situation that we've seen all across the world. And as we face various pandemics in the present past, we had seen that it is more important that we know our jobs well, and everything and anything that we need to do has to be learned as early as possible before we become slave to somebody else. With that be the beginning, I should also tell you that today India is a country which is located so well geographically, and the importance of which has been now felt by everyone. And the world looks at us not because we are a big nation or otherwise, but because the Indian community and the Indian people has made it so big in terms of the values that we carry, in terms of the knowledge that we carry, and the diaspora across the world is tremendous. You name a place and you will find an Indian more than anybody else. So therefore, you should all now start feeling important that this is the country that the world is looking forward. In spite of all that crisis that we had in the coming years, that is the pandemic, I think India was one nation with 1.4 billion. The way our resilience and our temperament reacted to that disease was phenomenally high. The number of deaths, if you talk in numbers and percentages, was the lowest across the world with the kind of population that we have. So there is something that we have which probably we need to know ourselves, that we are beyond boundaries, and each human being that sits in front of us, unless we reach out to the boundary that you have created for yourself, there is enough, maybe about 10 to 15 times more, that you all can do it. But for that, you'll have to work hard, toil, blood and sweat, and move into the stream as you do it. Civil engineering, at times one feels that, you are not the people for an engineering. Probably you are the last ones. No, you are the first ones. Among the three basic necessities of the humankind, that is roti, kapda and makan. This makan will live as long as the human lives live, whether in whatever form it is supposed to be there. So you have to make it feel important in whatever you do. I don't know how many of you have read the novel called The Fountainhead. Here is a man called Howard Rourke, and he creates buildings and is architect so very well that anyone who touches or makes changes across it, he demolishes the structure that is created. So you have to be like the Howard Rourkes, standing on top of the cliff, naked and barren, and telling the world that explore me as much as you can. With that as the start point, I also wish to tell you that the best civil engineering example in front of us is the human being itself. It is a body which will tell you as to what a fixed joint is all about, what a roller joint is all about, what hinges are all about, and what cantilevers are all about. You raise your arm, you raise your leg, the body still remains stable. So your idea of being a civil engineer should be to create an asset which is as good as a human body. It can bend into any direction, it can lean into any direction, and it should stay on ground for the purpose that it is meant for. This is the best example we have. As also associated with this is the human stomach. Today we spend lakhs and crores of rupees for our sewage treatment plants and water treatment plants. The human stomach is one part which in 6 hours dissolves things which were lying in the open would have taken years to get decomposed. So this is something that you have to learn. So this is the best STP or the sewage treatment plant that we all are looking forward. So this is the factor that you need to learn and employ it in a bigger way in the projects that you all do. So as we proceed further, we at the Engineering Chiefs branch are an agency which looks after the work services of all the three services, that is the Army, the Navy and the Air Force. As also we look other sister concerns like the Coast Guard. We also doing jobs for other government organizations like the Kendriya Vidyalayas. We deal with the NTRO, we deal with the RAW, we have the CAPSEC and what have you. With that in mind, the role and the charter, just for your knowledge, all those aspirants who wish to join the defense forces, this is something that we have. Any civil engineering that you can ever think of is all there, whether it is the ports, harbors, the runways, the jetties, the helipads. We have high altitude structures, we have underground bunkers which can withstand the penetration of a very heavy duty bomb and things like that. So all that you can ever think of, it's all happening, and it's all happening in a big way. While we do that, we are also the subset of the entire Indian community, where the development in India is taking place at a very remarkable pace. And as our Prime Minister wants to say that soon we shall be 5 trillion economy, and for that infrastructure forms a major chunk. And as you can see here, the majority of which is pertaining to the airports, the energy, the roads, the railways, and so on. And all this and much more is also happening in the Indian Armed Forces, just as a general point. While we do that, the economy is also driven by the infrastructure growth that is taking place, because it is giving employment to many. It is getting into a lot of manufacturing. It is getting into a lot of steel industry. It is employing a lot of people. It is skilling a lot of people. And therefore, the growth of the country as a whole is inclusive. When that takes place, the GDP keeps rising. Even in these times, when the world across, the economies are going down, India has managed to balance it out itself well, and we can see the results here in under. In spite of the population that we have, there is enough, or at least we've been able to feed everyone in this country. While we say that the GDP is rising, the Indian budget for the defense forces is in the percentages that is there. The amounts have been increasing, but the percentage of the GDP has generally been the similar. The defense budget for 2022-23 is as shown. As compared to the last 2 years, we've gone up from 4.78 lakh crores to about 5.25, and which includes everything, including the capital procurements, the machine, the equipments, the jets, the ships that we buy for ourselves, and this has been the general outlay every year on year. Some important initiatives that we have taken over the years to improve our kind of functioning, as we have the policy backup for any organization that we carry forward our infrastructure works. We also have our scales and our policies, which are as shown here. The SOA is nothing but the scales of accommodation, which we need to restrict ourselves to a particular philosophy as to what is the kind of area that we can cover. As the world is going towards digitalization, we here at the MES has also now embarked ourselves onto the initiative where all our projects, we've created a web called the Web Project Managing Portal. We also have our initiatives on the cash book management systems, the payments that we make to the contractors, the payments that we deal with the CDA. So everything has now been interlinked and it has now come on a platform, and it is all inclusive across the length and breadth of the country. Sitting here at Delhi, we can monitor as to what's going on and what is the health of the organization. Alongside, we've also created e-training portals on various platforms starting at Gandhinagar, and this has just begun about 2 months back, and this is coming up in a big way. So some of you can also log on to our sites and have a look. We have given various instruments where you can see for yourself lectures pertaining to the civil industries. While we have the works being carried out, there are a lot of arbitrations and disputes that take place. So we have something called the MOD panel of arbitrators, and they are doing a very good job on ground to resolve all the disputes that come up. As the civil industry is rising faster and faster, we need to catch up with the times as how the civil industry functions. So therefore, the EPC model has come up in a big way, whether it is NHI, the rural roads, and so the same is being captured here with the military engineer services, that is the engineering, procurement, and construction. As the e-governance packages that I talked about, these are the products that is all available and it is all online. We recently got it inaugurated through the Raksha Mantri, and that is how everyone is involved and seen here. Just to tell you as to how big our industry in terms of the infrastructure is, and how way back we go into history as to when the works were done by the military engineers, which has the complements of the civil engineers, that is the civil component with us, which are through the UPSC, and some of my colleagues are sitting here who've been the stalwarts in this organization. As also the uniformed people like me take on these projects, and this is pertaining to the old British era when all these buildings that you must have heard of or seen were made by the Royal Engineers, and now it is the military engineer services. This is just to recapitulate as to what all we did in the past, and we also had a lot of our prime institutions that came up during those times. We have the ports and harbors, as I talked about, as also the other dams, etc., that we made. Here is one of the dam for water reservoir. We have the academies which came up. In the high altitude, we made runways and helipads, which we still do. And I am proud to say that we are one institution which designs the runways at our own headquarters, and we are the only agency who does so for our own works, and now we are willing to do for anybody who wants to get it done from us. While we do that, the new projects that are coming up, large size hangars for the engineers who wish to know that our hangars are as wide as 100 meters without any column in between. So the engineering has gone a big way, and we all can learn from these. Some important projects that we have now embarked upon, while we all talked that the government buildings were never beyond ground +2 or ground +5, we have a building 62 stories high in Mumbai, which has been sanctioned and the work has just begun. And this is as modern as any other building. On the screen on the right side that you see, there are 5 stories which are meant for only the parking lots, So that is the kind of infrastructure that is going to come up. It is totally managed by the building information systems. Everything is being automated. And once it comes up, it shall be one of the highest buildings in the government organization. Similarly, we have some jetties. We've done some runways in the northeast. We have a big hospital, about 1,000 bedded, right down in Pune. And similarly, the hangars, as I said, about as wide as 100 meters. This is one helipad in the Hyltude area. The concrete construction becomes a task. So we have the precast blocks which have been done there, and the time under which the construction was done has been shortened. In the hilly areas where the things are tough, we carry up instruments there. We have to make roads and reach and then make structures, something like this. One of them is in Arunachal Pradesh. The right is a military hospital in Shimla. These are certain other small structures, including some underground and semi-underground bunkers you see on the top right. This is something that we do. We also have the stadiums, which we do in our defense forces. While we do that, there are some recent very huge projects which are coming up in Delhi for our headquarter integrated defense staff, the buildings on top. We have a building called the Aerospace Museum down below, which once constructed, which will be an opportunity for all of us to come and have a look as to what are the kind of aircrafts that in the Air Force we deal with. Everything shall be parked here. Similarly, we have the front facade of the building as it will look like. At Delhi, we are having 2 hospitals, but we are falling short. So we want to modernize our hospitals, and something new that is going to come up is what is shown here. This is the base hospital at Delhi. This is just the architecture plan, and this is how it is going to look like. This is something which we all need to know, that we have the Thal Sena Bhavan, which is the largest building, which will be housing about 5,500 people, is now up and ready to begin with, and it will come up in the Delhi cantonment very soon. This is the front view of this, and this is how the building shall look like. This you must have seen in Delhi, the War Memorial. This is also planned and executed by the people of the MES. This is how it looks like now, and all of those who must have seen are aware. While those who have not seen, I would exhort that people must come and have a look. This is another hospital which we are planning to come up at Lucknow. Why I'm showing you all this is that for us to understand that as you see in the civic streets, we also have equal opportunities, and we do the same for our people in the defense forces, including the defense civilians who work with us. This is another one which is coming up in Merit, and self-reliance and future is where we have to now look forward. All that I showed was just a snapshot of as to what we all do, but what we need to do now is not for the future which is immediately going to come across. That has to be made for the future which is 50 years from now. And the world is growing very fast. I just want to read out something which I have read from the books and my own ideas which I have done. So the future lies in all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Our world is facing many challenges now more than ever. Therefore, we need innovation. Temperatures are rising on one side and there is drought on the other. Sea levels are changing exponentially. We were devising our buildings for a sea level XYZ, say in Mumbai. 10 years from now, all the ground stories and all our stilts are going to be flooded with water. So our future thinking has to be beyond that, so that we have our foundations made so strong that in case such a calamity occurs, we should be able to withstand that. The water, energy, clean air, and carbon emissions remain a source of concern. So, ladies and gentlemen, we must start visualizing that every effort, everything that we do on ground has an effect, has a cause and an effect. All that you do today will be either a suffering for our generations in times to come, or it will be a boon for all those generations that are going to come up. So let's take a pledge today that whatever we do today should be sustainable, and our grandchildren, whenever they are, and if we live to survive, should be proudly able to say that this is what we had planned, and that is how our structures are coming up. With 2 billion more people coming up in 2050, where will we all live? Can you all tell me? I don't think you can ever imagine as to where is the space that we're going to get it. Probably it will be like the ocean cities. There are countries which are smaller than our states. So we might have to shift over to the ocean cities. We might have to go to the Arctic as frozen cities. We might have rural cities which will come up separately because the urban areas are getting choked, and we might have off-plane cities in the air, or we might land up in one of the planets much beyond us. Think of it as the Earth's past and the future is now colliding. As the climate crisis intensifies, rivers and lakes around the world are receding to all new lows. Recently, there was an article where, because of the floods in Iraq, there was a area which was inundated, and when it got receded, we found that we were able to locate a old history of about 3,000 year old. So that is where we are reaching now. So emerging in their wake are the fossils that are being seen. There are shipwrecks that are now visible. There are foundations which are now visible. Bridges are now hanging in the air, and the entire villages are going bad. What does this mean for our future? As engineers, we require our most brilliant minds to collaborate, to communicate, to research, and find sustainable solutions for the larger good. We are at the start of a long curve of climate change. We must live with the idea that the change is going to happen, and it will happen for a long term. We have no choice, ladies and gentlemen, but to involve ourselves. As of now, you are the future. You ought to be the energies or the engines of the change. And as I always say, that if not us, who? And if not now, when? And if not here, where? With that, ladies and gentlemen, I have finished. And if you have anything more to say, you can come up. The building innovations and the technologies are coming up fast. These are some of the things that my other speakers shall talk about. And this is all happening somewhere or the other. So start thinking ahead and beyond what you've been taught in the classrooms. So you have to find ways and means as to how you can learn. These are the pillars of self-reliance, is what it is shown here, of which infrastructure is one important element, which we are part of it. And we should be proud of it. And the demography belongs to all of you, gentlemen. This is changing fast. We are today in a curve of the most young population across the world, and this population has to thrive harder and make it happen differently than anybody else. And if this opportunity is lost, another 5-6 years from now, we may get obsolete, and we will have no one else to blame but for ourselves. But I'm sure I have more confidence in you guys unless you prove me wrong. So this is the vision 2050 as to how our cities may be at that point of time. So we need to ponder and start thinking at least 50 years from now, rather than just living in where we are. And the only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. And I leave a question mark as to we should not become an engineer like this, where the water level is below the drain that is there. And we also see such kind of things in at some places. I'm sure we will not make it happen. So I have done my bit, and as we go through the talks, others we shall talk about it. And thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. I, Akan Saini, a second-year student at Amity School of Engineering and Technology, feel privileged to call upon Sri Pradeep Agarwal, sir, Joint Secretary, Director at National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Sir has completed his MBA in Operations Management, McClurb, UK, a qualified international arbitrator with specialization in construction projects. He is an expert in contract negotiations and dispute resolutions, trained by University in Michigan before joining NARADA, and on deputation in June 2019. He was entrusted with the responsibility of project planning and implementation of all Army infra works in the northern eastern sector under the Ministry of Defense, and was placed at Shillong. He has more than 33 years of professional experience in several government positions. Sir has varied experience of working in different parts of the country in project planning, designing, contracting and implementation at HQMS, and technical vigilance of infrastructure works of the entire northern region of armed forces. Sir has been awarded with prestigious Chief of Army Staff Commendation. He is also credited with the establishment of India's first National Accident Data Analysis Center. In the present capacity as Director Projects and NARADA, Sir is responsible for project monitoring, implementation, evaluation, contract management, and IT-related projects of Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana and policy. I request you, sir, to please address the session. Please, sir.
Thank you. Yes. A very good afternoon to all of you. General Ashok Kumar, Professor Dr. Bhattacharya sir, and my colleague panelist on the sitting on the dais, the faculty members of the MIT University, and the dear students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I really thank the MIT University to call me and again associate ourselves as a DIPM society and myself as a speaker, because since the time of the trace, I think when it started along with faculty members and the Professor Bhattacharya also in the MIT, we started participating. So it looks like now that we are very closely associated, myself as a person in person and the DIPM society. So it has been very nice, and I thank MIT University to call me for this, and this has given me an opportunity to meet my old colleagues and the seniors. General Ashok Kumar, after a long time I'm meeting him, and Professor Bhattacharya, because in the COVID, I was following very strict protocols, so I was not able to meet him. So this was another incentive to come here, and the main incentive was to talk to you. So first of all, before I forget, I told Professor Madhuri that one announcement I want to make, which will be useful to the MIT University and which will be useful to the DIPM society. Not as a government officer, I am offering this as a DIPM society, that to encourage the innovation in the MIT University among the students of the civil engineering faculty, or maybe another faculty also, discipline also, that DIPM society will give a contribution or will give money or whatever, a support money of about 5 lakhs to the students who would do an innovation in making or getting a patent in technology, in any sector. So we would earmark rupees 5 lakhs, and faculty can decide that how it will be executed, or which society or which club is to be formed, but definitely on developing a patent, and that patent ownership will be jointly with the student, with the MIT University and the DIPM. So I think thank you so much, and this is what actually the DIPM society's mandate or the aim was actually, that we involve our brilliant students. And students are, as the General Ashok has already said, that you are the future. You are the future. We are on the verge of retirement sort of thing, and we are thinking to have a second inning in our life. But then the students, you are the future. So kindly do that. And then here what I would be talking about, because what we are looking as at NRID, a National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency under Ministry of Rural Development, that we have a very big challenge of managing a very, very big scheme that is Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. This is, I think I can say, this is the only scheme of the government of India which has been appreciated by all, and this is a most successful scheme. Since the time in 2000, when the Honorable Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee started this scheme of connecting the villages. Now here the challenge came, because if you see on the next slide, the proportion, the vastness of this scheme,
because it's very challenging. See, the sanctioned length is 7,95,598 kilometers. Huge length, and which is involving 1,84,264 roads. The bridges are extra. Bridges are different. Here I have said about the roads only. So see the challenge which was there with the NRIDA in implementation of this scheme. The yearly budget is around 34,000 crore. And we have all the states with us and all the state engineers, all the contractors and everyone. So see the challenge in sanctioning the work, in economizing the cost, scrutiny of the DPRs, the necessity of the road. Because the road is such a thing which everyone wants that it should be near to my road or it should serve me, including the politicians. So the main purpose of helping the population for a road will be used by many of the people, and then this becomes a task that how would you manage such a scheme right from the sanctioning to the quality and to the progress monitoring and contract management and everything. So this gives you an insight that how big this scheme has been, because to the remotest part of the country we have to reach and we have to make quality roads, and the PMGSY roads have made its dent into the society because everyone, they appreciate without any inhibitions that the PMGSY has been the best scheme. So what I'm going to talk about, that what at NRIDA we did actually in the last 20 years, all my officers, those who served with this thing and those who are serving, how we evolved ourselves to make this scheme. And this student, please listen to this, because this gives you an age, this gives you an idea that how you can add value to your own output, how you can think about that such a big scheme is to be managed, and then the everything, all objectives are to be met with. And we connected, see, 1,72,365 habitations. We do not talk about the villages, because the connecting villages is a group of habitation, group of mohallas. Here we are saying that we connected every habitation, the cluster of the houses having the population more than 500 and 250 in the hill areas. So this is the thing. Now, when I say that how did we manage this challenge in various areas of the project management or the project conceivement and the sanctioning and all that. So the 4 areas I have selected to present you an idea about that what we do. Project planning and scrutiny of DPRs. This has become a very important thing, because every road, each road will be about 5, 6, 7 kilometers or something. So the number of roads will be too many. The DPRs will be too many. The data is humongous. So we did it through GeoSadak, we call it one application, IT application. I'll just show you some shots of it, screenshots. Then project management, PMIS. Then we do it through the online system, which is called OMAS. I'll explain about it. Then maintenance management. First time in the country, and still we are the only one that in the PMGSY performance-based maintenance contract has been introduced, that the contractor who did the work, he will maintain it for 5 years. And maintenance means that he will get some nominal payment to encourage him a quality construction in the beginning, and then he'll get a nominal payment, but then he'll get the payment only when the road is performing, and road will get performance marks, not this thing ki how many khaddas you have filled up, how many cracks you have done. The road has to be good, user has to appreciate, and it will be given marking. And the failure is 80%. If your marks are less than 80%, payment will not be given, and then the action against the contractor can be taken. So this has become a challenge, that how you will be having an evidence-based kind of PBMC system. In PMGSY, long back, this PBMC system of 5-year defect liability was introduced, but the issue was that in manual system, you cannot do it. And really, I got an opportunity about 3 years back when I joined this organization, that we started something called EMARC, which is an evidence-based. I'll just tell you about all these things, how we did it. And the thing is that we implemented it in 30 states with thousands of the engineers and thousands of the contractors. We brought them into this EMARC. We developed the system, and parallelly we implemented, and parallelly we trained. I think none of the organization, none of the IIT company or none of the consulting company in the professional world, my colleagues are sitting from the corporate world, I think they could claim that in 2 years such a system was developed and implemented. And for that we got a lot of recognition, national awards, awards by the government, awards by the DOPT, everything. The recent award we have filed for Digital India. So I'm just saying that with your willpower, with your thinking of the future, how the things can be done, these are achievable. When I started this, of course, I have got a team, I have got the support of my ministry, I have got support of everyone. But then this got implemented and developed, also implemented parallelly. What I did actually, I have told in one of my presentation in the award ceremony, to the award jury, that what we did, we started in a modular form. So one thing was developed, immediately it was implemented. And in the meantime, feedback was taken and another module was developed. And in 2 years, we developed the whole thing. So I'll just show you. And then citizens feedback. There is a very good app, Meri Sadak. You can download the Meri Sadak app and you can put your comments onto the performance of the road anytime, anywhere on any of the roads. I'll just tell you about those things. Now I'll take, I think, another 10 minutes because the time is short. But I want to say a little more, many things, but in 10 minutes I'll try to cover. So this is the GeoSadak, which is web-based GIS application. So here what you can do as a user, you can update and add new GIS features directly on the system by point and click mechanism. Eliminates requirement of GIS specialist. Anybody can do. Visualization of layers. There are about more than 50 layers. Habitation, block, road, DRRP, facilities, proposal and others. All these details you can get from our online website also, that is called OMAS. Another is pmgsy.nic.in. You can get many information on it. Road-based users login, district engineer, state administration, NRIDA. Integration of OMAS and the GIS. Multiple base map, ISRO, Bhuvan, OpenStreetMap, etc. 27 plus layers are hosted, including water bodies, forest, rural facilities, online quality control report generation. So this GeoSadak enables all stages of planning using web-based GIS that our engineers can directly use without GIS expertise. I'll just show you some example. So suppose a proposal comes for a road. Now we need to see whether this road is serving the population, whether this road is meeting the requirement of the hospitals, schools and other facilities in that area. Because out of so many roads, you have to select a road which will serve the population most, other than your traffic survey what you do. So here we have developed in-house algorithm wherein the proposal module comes, proposal detail comes, list of proposal within the block, then proposal visualization. You just see all these network is being shown. These are all our roads. So we have got 25 lakh kilometer of road GIS marked onto a GeoSadak. So this enabled users to visualize all benefited habitation along to a candidate road, means the road which we are going to take up for the construction. Now see the example proposal audit. This is just one example that one road was proposed by someone, some state, and then we saw that here is the mining activity. So the thing is that there must be some pressure of the miners and unauthorized mines that this road is to be constructed. Then when this proposal came, we analyzed among many other things. This is just one example. So then this road gets a different kind of treatment, whether it is required or not, why it is required and all that. Example proposal audit, another one. See the road, loop road with 47% non-BT road and the parallel to the state highway. So you have got some road to reach to some destination and you are trying to make another. So this is how we remove the interference by the local leaders or by the anybody else who is interested in making their own roads and not seeing the public benefit. Another proposal audit you see. No en route habitation, koi habitation hi nahi hai, why this road has been proposed. So all these things, this is just one example that how we do the audit of the DPR, sitting at desk for all over the country, every of the villages, each of the villages. So this is the power of the IT, this is the power of your planning, that how you can achieve. Achievements of GeoSadak, this gives you complete transparency, paperless decision making, and all the road network and the diagram and the site plan, everything gets generated onto the website itself. Nobody needs to make any road from where it will start, where it will finish. Every diagram, every site plan will come. So this gives transparency, speeding up the processes. Open GIS data, created GIS data for 8 lakh rural facilities. 1 million habitations, 25 lakh kilometer of rural roads. System has been developed in a manner to use it with minimum training and maximize. Proposals are audited to verify whether road proposals are meeting objectives of the PMGSY scheme or not. And all this data we have released to the all private parties also. So they can use this data now for whichever form they want to use, because we have collected this data from 30 states from so many engineers, and we have released this data in the public domain. Another is OMAS, Online Management Monitoring and Accounting System for Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana. So see the OMAS module, what all module we have. So this is a single project registry wherein you enter some data, and then this data is used across the platform for monitoring or monitoring purpose, construction purpose, quality, whatever. Data entry at origin, workflow enabled, anytime, anywhere availability of the data, effective decision support. OMAS is accessible on this link. Citizens can see, we have put everything onto the citizens, this thing, and you can see yourself what all things are there. Modules, all these modules are there. From master data creation, rural road plan, proposal, agreement, tendering, execution, receipt, payment, quality monitoring, maintenance, security, administration. And now what we are doing actually in the last week, I have presented all these things in the IRC session where thousands of engineers were there. And we are offering this to all the government organization or any of the private organization, these facilities without any charge. That these are the facilities and the departments can replicate these things. See, this is it starts the flow chart. The road detail you enter, then habitation detail, CD works, cross drainage work, road master, then core network, then agreement, proposal, execution, quality monitoring, receipt and payments. All our payments are through PFMS system and through the OMAS only. So all the payments are internet enabled. Now this project management tool which I was talking about, that every project, every road, we can make this bar chart. This bar chart looks very simple and we know about it. But the issue is when you have got thousands of the roads, lakhs of the activities going on, and you want to monitor how many thousands of my activities are on track, how many thousands of activities are not on track. Each of my road where I am standing, see the red marks. This is the bar chart, simple bar chart. On the red, you can see that where are you standing for all these activities. This can be developed with the Primavera or the Microsoft Office project or any other networking tool, but that becomes very, very difficult. Here, only inputting only few of the data. It's very simple. And then you monitor this thing. You can see मेरे कितने project delay हो गए, कितनी activities delay हो गई हैं, कितनी activities time पर हैं, और each individual project you can see. So this has been made for engineer on the ground from the JE and to the CEO of the state or to the principal secretary of the state, and then at NRIDA we monitor each and every of the road what is happening. So this is the PMIS system we developed in-house. Now this is the EMAR. This is what I was talking, and I'll just cover into some 10 slides. Electronic maintenance of rural roads under PMGSY. So what has happened that the conventional BOQ system, we know how much complicated it is. Just see the process flow. And then there is no evidence, like in a road, you have some five potholes here. And you have got these 5 potholes for the whole of the year. From January to December, 5 potholes are there. Now contractor comes, he fills up 4 potholes. When? In December. 11 months you have suffered, minimum I am saying. Now 4 potholes, he will take the payment. Okay, because he has done the work. Now still the road is having the pothole. Still you have suffered for 11 months because the maintenance in time is to be done. Then only it has got the value. So the point is that the traditional system of BOQ maintenance, work measurement does not give you the output. And these are all the steps where there are no evidence, there is no record, nothing is. Now see in the manual system what all you will do. You will measure it, you will enter it manually, and nobody can verify anything. Okay, and then you are not getting the work done because your road is not still done. He has filled up 4 potholes and 5th or 6th he has not filled up. So see, this we switched over from BOQ system to the PBMC, new performance-based maintenance contract. So they are very simple. We kept it very, very simple. There are 12 parameters. You can see serial number 1, 2, 3 on the bottom of the slide, performance rubric for maintenance of road. So if you get marks less than 80, you don't get any payment. If you get marks more than 80, then you get proportionate payment. And then we have divided road into 1 kilometer segments. So every segment has to perform. If 1 or 2 segments are not performing, if you are not getting marks more than 80, then you will not get the payment for the entire road. So, and how we do it? Maintenance process in EMAR. Online registration of the contractor, he does on the app, generation of e-bills by software. He will just click that I am submitting my bill. The bill will be submitted. Submission of e-bills by the contractor just by clicking. Another inspection done on the mobile app by uploading photos. and then outcome-based performance markings are given, and then the processing of bills. These are the only steps, and these are through the mobile app. And then some of the things is written. Measuring outcome is easier than measuring inputs. Contractor incentivized to construct better roads such that less inputs is maintaining road, but it still gets good outcomes. So all these things are there. Now see what was the process before and how is the process now. For bill submission, routine inspection, verification work and bill, you see on the right side, everything has become so quick and so automated and so evidence-based. Because if you need to take action against the contractor, you need to have the evidence. Since I do arbitration also, I do dispute resolution also. If you do not have proof, you cannot take action against the contractor in the legal system. But top of it, if you are not paying him, he will come with the pressure of either the chief engineer or chief minister or politician. So then my state engineers used to tell me, sir, what to talk about? We need to bow down to such kind of pressure. Now the system is on your computer. It is like State Bank of India. You are going, you do not have anything in your account, you can't be paid. So then they say very easily to the state that, sir, system is not allowing. So this is what the evidence-based thing has come, and this has given confidence to the state finance ministers also, to the finance secretary, that how much maintenance fund is to be allotted. That was another dispute. See the voucher generation, payments, cost saving and data analytics. So a lot of data analytics you can do. I think you can read this. I can share this presentation also. Otherwise, this presentation is available on PMGSY website as well, including the training slides onto the EMAR. Now, outcome results you just see. More than 12 lakh bills. Now, last 2 years only we developed this system and implemented. 12 lakhs bill have been submitted with digital evidence, submitted in one click. 39,000 rows through EMAR on mobile app with geotagged photo as evidence has been done. 20 lakh photographs are captured on the EMAR on performance-based payment is made. Payment of around 1,38,500 system-generated vouchers with automatic tax deduction made. Verification of bill amount calculated by the system based on the marks awarded, and proportional payment is made. So no manual intervention. Payment of 1,700 crore in last 2 years has been made through this system. Mind it, the system has been devised, system has been made, coding programming has been done, training to the states have been done. All these things have been done in 2 years, and now we have reached to 1,700 crore payment through EMAR only. Maintenance of records, 64,000 roads are maintained online. Cost saving, we made a cost saving of 337 crore. Now, here I just want to tell one thing, because we encourage that the state must increase their maintenance expenditure. Because if you are increasing maintenance expenditure, that means you are doing EMAR. Now, how is this saving? This saving is through marks which are less than 80 or which are only 80 or 85. So this is the saving of 337 crore because the road was not up to 80%. Now, this saving we are not encouraging. This saving we have made because of this evidence-based system without any dispute. But we want this saving to be made zero because we want to make our all roads should have 100% marks. So this is what our objective is. Now, use of app. So many apps are there, notifications are there. You need not to remember anything when you want to take the photo, when you will be going onto the road, when you will be submitting the bill. Everything will come on your email and SMS notifications every day. And see, this is what I call time and space monitoring of maintenance. See, this road is on Google Map. This road is being shown, photographs are being shown on the right-hand side, the marks given, the road location, how much payment was made, how the road was maintained, everything is there on the right side. So you need to move onto the road through your mouse only. You need not to go over there. So this gives a lot of freedom to the senior officers and including the NRID and our ministry. So this I call it time and space monitoring of the maintenance and the satisfaction of the users, road users. So monitoring and data analytics, there are so many things we can do. You can read this, that what all we can check, thousands of the thing. And this just I want to show you the PIU in charge task sheet, that means executive engineer, where his work is pending, what road is to be done, what all steps are there. So he need to click it here only and do, because he has got thousands of the roads. How will he remember? So all this kind of sheets helps him in handling the thing. Then Meri Sadak. Now Meri Sadak is the citizens feedback system. Now any system or any road, you can't be satisfied if the citizens are not satisfied. It's not this thing that I have made a good road. All the engineering department said, sir, I have made a very good building, I have made very good road. But then you have to have the user's feedback. So here is the user's feedback. Here you download this application, you go onto the road, application will tell you which road is this, what is the road ID and all that. It is available in English, Hindi and Odia language, and you can enter the feedback, you can take the photograph and how the feedback submission works, and then how it is addressing feedback and addressing feedback. So then once the feedback is addressed by the engineers, again it goes to the complainant, and complainant again can raise that no, this has not been satisfied like this, and all this is being monitored at the highest level, at the honorable minister level. So this is the system. This is what all I wanted to talk about. I think it was a little many things. I have taken a little more time. Sorry, sir, General sir, for taking more time than allotted me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words. I feel honored to call upon Dr. J. Bhattacharjee, sir. Sir has completed his MTech in Civil Structure from IIT Madras and his PhD from Sri Venkateshwara University. Sir is presently working as an associate partner at Conatus Law Chamber LLP and has worked as Chief Executive Officer in Sham Consulting and Designers Limited at Delhi. Sir has also worked as professor and advisor in Civil Engineering Department in Amity University, Noida. Sir has also worked in the leading engineering consultancy company, Ghazi Eastern Limited, as head engineer. Sir has served as Assistant Executive Engineer to Joint Director General in Integrated Headquarters of the Ministry of Defense. We are glad to have you with us, sir. The platform is all yours now.
Good afternoon. Esteemed gathering, my colleagues who are sitting on the dais, it's my proud privilege to be here in Amity University after 2 years. I was serving almost for 8.5 years in this university. So I'll talk, because this subject is very vast, I'll talk certain aspects of this Atmanirbhar Bharat. I'll talk the road to Atmanirbhar Bharat, Abhiyan, what we are talking, or self-reliant India, which must be sustainable. What do you mean by sustainable? As India learns to cope with the challenges posed by COVID-19, it is simultaneously adapting to a rapid industrial transformation. The country is evolving into a viable alternative investment destination on the back of the government's manufacturing hike incentives, as global manufacturing and supply chains get readjusted to the seismic shifts brought about by the pandemic. However, the road to prosperity has its own set of obstacles and challenges. While industries are the growth engines of our country's economic development, they are also highly energy intensive. They contribute to about 1/4 of the country's total greenhouse gas emissions, which is a worrying point for us, as most of the industrial processes continue to run on traditional fuels and technologies. According to International Energy Agency's forecast, India will overtake the European Union as the world's third largest energy consumer by 2030. It will account for the biggest share of energy demand growth for another 2 decades. Although lockdown measures in 2020 put a brief pause on our global emissions, the world relies heavily on fossil fuels and countries will have to adopt more sustainable ways to tackle the problem of climate change. India has got a budget of 15% reduction in carbon dioxide emissions from 2005 levels to 2030. However, to meet these climatic goals under the Paris Agreement, India will have to further ramp up its efforts to decarbonize the industrial sector. That work has already started with some remarkable initiatives to improve energy efficiency in the industries. The Perform, Achieve and Rate scheme launched by Bureau of Energy Efficiency is a market-based mechanism that sets specific efficiency targets for energy-intensive sectors. Companies that reduce the target will get incentive in the form of energy-saving certificates. They can trade them to companies that have failed to achieve their efficiency targets. Other positive measures include government's priority on ensuring higher share of renewable energy unit, as well as launch of faster adoption and manufacture on hybrid and electric vehicles. You all know electric vehicles has started coming in India, and I think within another 3-4 years, all vehicles will be electric only, to promote large-scale adoption of electric vehicles. Raising the bar on energy efficiency. Industrial electrical motors have not only been visible, but they have found in every imaginable built environment, from heavy industries to facilities that produce food, beverage, water, wastewater facility, commercial buildings. Variable speed drives for optimizing energy use. While upgrading a motor offers sufficient efficiency gains, greater energy savings are achievable when it is used in combination with a variable speed drive. A BSD adjusts the amount of electricity consumed by the motor to match the exact amount of energy needed at any given time, so no energy is wasted. When added to the existing motor of a pump, fan or compressor, a variable speed drive can typically lower consumption by 25%. In civil engineering field, cement manufacturing are one of the most intensive energy consumers. So you have to see how this consumption can be reduced. Now, digitalization, a key enabler for optimizing energy. Digitalization and connectivity, industrial Internet of Things can be a key enabler in improving energy efficiency. Innovative digital solutions such as smart sensors for electric motors, connected drives will make it possible to monitor the performance remotely and to securely collect data. Analyzed data can be used to optimize performance and maximize the significant energy saving. India is on the path of galvanizing its economy to become a self-reliant nation. In this journey, we should also be prepared to address the potential environmental concerns and work together with all the stakeholders to ensure a sustainable future for our citizens. Businesses should prioritize sustainability and integrate more energy efficient technologies into their operation. This will help our country in achieving its economic and environmental goals together. As we are aware that there are 5 pillars of self-reliant India. First is economy, which brings in quantum jump and not incremental change. The government's goal is to make India a USD 5 trillion economy by 2025. Then comes infrastructure, which is a major concern and where we all are involved, which will become India's new identity. To achieve the target of USD 5 trillion economy, more than 100 lakh crore will be invested in infrastructure development in India over the next 5 years. Then comes systems based on 21st century technology-driven arrangements. System has to improve. Then vibrant democracy we have got, which will prove to be a competitive advantage for a self-reliant India. Then demand utilized to its full capacity. We have got demand, enough demand, and we should try to fulfill our own demand ourselves. Now, for self-reliant India, we have to give push up to our startups. The startups across all sectors have been the hallmark of growth amid pandemic especially. It was the startups that come up with innovative ideas and scaled up their operation, and some of them ended up becoming unicorns. The Startups India campaign has launched in 2016 with the objective of supporting making India a competitive place through tariff reduction. Government has talked about encouraging domestic industries through an increased tariff-based approach. If a foreign company has to compete in India, it shall produce the goods and provide services within the country itself as competing with Indian products by exporting in India will now make them face increased tariffs. The approach is not aimed at enhancing competitive spirit of the Indian industries, but encouraging them by providing tariff protection. Now, in infrastructure, following 6 innovative, we are supposed to talk about something about what is innovation is going on. 6 innovative technologies which is developed, I will bring out this thing. Firstly, BIM. All of you have heard about this, building information modeling. This has come in India, but it has to come in a big way. This software grants the ability to digitally design a construction project that moves beyond 2-dimension technical drawings and computer-aided design. BIM allows professionals at all stages, from architects to the engineers to the building manager, to collaborate on a construction project. That is the versatility of BIM. Then comes 3D printing. This is taking the strain of construction. 3D printing is poised to totally disrupt the construction site. Then mass timber, which is explored in foreign countries big way, because our dependence on too much on cement and steel has created a lot of problem. Cement industry itself is a hazard. So the era of wooden skyscrapers is coming. Mass timber is increasingly replacing other building materials like cement, steel, what we are talking. Then come plastic roads. Recycling under our wheels. It has got advantage over asphalt, includes a quicker installation time, triple the service life. Service life increased by 3 times, and introducing the way to recycle the plastic that ends up in our oceans and landfills. Then plastic can be used, reused, all these things. Then come blockchain. Streamlining contracts. Blockchain is one such technology that can eliminate the many layers of contracts and middlemen that can sit between the concept and to the delivery of the infrastructure projects. Then last but not replica. Making the passengers count replica can help the planners decide where to build a new subway line, or when a street or when a plan repair on utility lines when they are the least disruptive. It is a tool that could improve the speed, efficiency with which infrastructure is planned and maintained. Clearly, there are many exciting things going on in this field that can appear, say, to the uninitiated. The technological transformation sweeping the rest of society is indeed revolutionary, revisionizing infrastructure. However, decision makers, for a variety of reasons, are still hesitant to create the kind of enabling environment necessary for widespread embrace of these emerging technologies. Many more innovative technologies will be developed through posts of startups and innovation and research work. Last but not the least, I want to touch upon one issue. For Atmanirbhar Bharat, there will be huge requirement of engineers, particularly you, the civil engineers. That gap is huge. Engineers, particularly civil engineers, new huge opportunities is lying for all of you for fulfilling the mission of our Prime Minister for becoming self-reliant India. With this, I end my talk. Thank you very much for your patient sharing.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your enriching experience. Now I feel great privilege to call upon Miss Anamika Kadam, ma'am. Ma'am is currently Deputy General, Civil Larsen and Tobruk Construction Private Limited. Ma'am has an experience of more than 25 years and is actively involved in construction management of large-scale infrastructure projects, both nationally and internationally. She is well versed with all Indian, British, and ASTO standards. She has worked as a civil engineer in overseas projects in Abu Dhabi, UAE, and Oman, and closely interacted with international consultants like AIUP, Hill Internationals, COWI Larsen, among others. We are eager to hear what you have to say, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
This is page. Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I was listening to three eminent speakers before me, and I was mesmerized listening to them that how much facilities our government is creating by doing digitalization in so many platforms. Today in my talk, I'll touch upon the core subject of this presentation and this theme today. Being representing Larsen and Toubro here, it is first of all, let me thank Amity University for giving me this opportunity to be here and to share the insights that being a #1 construction organization in Asia, how L&T in construction, we are taking the concepts of self-reliant India. We are imbibing these concepts in day-to-day construction in our sites. So before touching upon those aspects, and I'll go a little quickly because I don't want to go more than 4 to 5 minutes. considering the time limitation over here, and you will, people I think will be happy, right? So let me touch upon, there is a catchy subject nowadays is ESG. What is ESG? ESG is environmental social governance. Every organization today in this, we have come across this pandemic scenario, and this in this pandemic scenario, we found that whenever there is some organization, we should have imbibed the values where there is a climate change and all those things. In all these particular era of pandemic, where the climate change impacts, supply chain disruptions, and unprecedented policy changes bring forth the value of embedding environmental, social, and governance in our core business model. Friends, please listen to me. I'll not take more than 4 to 5 minutes. Please listen to me. Yes, thank you. So, what we are doing when we are talking about ESG?
Environmental, social, and governance criteria, or ESG, are a set of standards used by socially conscious investors to screen potential companies to invest in. Environmental criteria consider a company's actions as a steward of nature. How does a business manage its GHG emissions? What are its actions on energy saving, reduction of pollution, natural resource use, deforestation, ethical treatment of animals, etc. Climate change poses many environmental risks for businesses. Managing these risks protects the company's investments and its finances. Social criteria look at the company's impact on society. Do the company's working conditions show regard for the health and safety of its employees, diversity and protection of human rights? Do the company's suppliers have the same values? Are stakeholder interests considered? The S of ESG increases productivity, morale, and brand loyalty. Governance factors look at corporate policies and how a company is run. They focus on establishing a business that is transparent, fair, responsible, and compliant with the law. Good governance avoids unpleasant financial surprises and ensures alignment between share owners and the management interests. A modern world needs modern solutions. ESG weeds out unsustainable, risky companies and encourages investors to put their money in more responsible companies.
This was the short take on ESG in a very layman language to make you people understand that how this we should make part of our daily in and out living when we are at our home and when we are working at our workplaces. How we should imbibe this culture if we have to live upon, and if we have to make this planet more livable for our future cultures, and how we can be self-reliant. So then I will basically touch upon all those things. I wanted to touch upon all those things, but the time doesn't permit me. But I will try to say to you that as we aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040, which comes under self-reliance, and water neutrality by 2035, at L&T, in a construction company, we are integrating our ESG in our every strategy to improve our resources and efficiency and reduce our carbon footprint. So I will not touch upon on this also. This is a separate subject in altogether. All these climate change accords has happened, which has put every nation on forefront to take ESG standards in their work, not only in construction, in every walk of life, in every business. We have to we have set protocols in every country, which every small or bigger size business has to fulfill those criteria so that they can get bank loans and all. These are the ESG initiative reporting in India. I will be touching upon on these subjects later on. Let me say what we are doing in L&D. Actually, L&T has made a grand debut in prestigious EANR ranking of the world's top 200 environmental firms. It is the only Indian company, my friend, which has earned this coveted recognition, because now we have to be self-reliant, and when we are talking Indian firms, L&T is there, where we are fulfilling not only all ESG criteria, but we are making digitalization, as our PM has said, that when we are talking about Atmanirbharta, self-reliance, we have to be digitalized. We have to digitalize our ways of working. How construction can be digitalized, my friend? Can anyone say? I am a hardcore civil engineer working at site till 2:30 a.m. You know. So, but how can we digitalize? Yes, construction is always a hardcore construction where person has to stand here at site and get the work done. It is a hard-earned life. But we have digitalized construction, making digital apps, mobile apps in every department of construction, like whether it is safety, whether it is quality, whether it is construction progress monitoring, whether it is workman induction, whether it is procurement, whether it is our plant and machinery functioning. We have taken the benefits of IoT and artificial intelligence, and we have created mobile apps, and our engineers are utilizing those apps to start their work at site with safety standards within very much quality parameters. Okay, so and when we are following this all these ESG criteria, we are also seeing that the L&T's ESG rating, following a comprehensive disclosure regarding the defense business, we have planned to increase our exposure to clean technology as well, so that we can further increase our rating as far as self-reliance is concerned. So thank you very much. I will not take much time. I hope whatever little bit time I got, I made it sense to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a delightful talk. I'm sure the audience has much to gain from that. It is my utmost gratitude to call upon Mr. Satish Setha, sir, Head Business Development, Urban Development, Tractable Engineering, India Limited. Sir has an experience of 24 years in the field of business development, operations, strategy development and deployment marketing, planning, costing, tendering, contracts, skill development, and financial analysis in areas of infrastructure, power, transportation, and industrial projects in India, in Indian and international market. Prior to being at Tractable Engineering, Sir was Vice President at International Business Development and National Manager at South Asia Business Development and Operations. Sir has done his MBA from Indira Gandhi International National Open University. We're glad to have you join us, sir. The platform is all yours now.
Very good afternoon, respected panel members. And this is my, third visit to MIT, and I was involved with the TRACE first session as well, and second and the fourth one as well. And thanks to Madhuri Madam for again calling me here for delivering a talk on this Atmanirbhar Bharat. I represent Tractable Engineering based out of Belgium, and I take care for the various business development activities and take care of the operations as well. Now, first of all, I'm very surprised to see there are so many female engineers over here, because when I visited last, ma'am, the numbers were quite less. So for you, and there is my colleague as one of the panel member as well. So you being a female members and to have a gender equality in various consulting or a construction companies, you get an edge over male employees to get hired. So this is just an information for you.
About tractable engineering, we are into various domain areas of infrastructure, be it high speed, metros, rails, and other stuff. Now, as a student, I would like to know, can you tell me the best consulting company in India? Okay. A best contracting company? So, my dear friends, after completing your graduation, where are you going to be? You should be aware where you want to go after doing this graduation, doing post-graduation and other stuff. Okay, my last question is, how many of you are proud to being a civil engineer? I think everyone should be proud to be a civil engineer. So, because of us, there is a society. Now, how many of you are aware that you can be a chartered engineer as well? Or how many of you have heard this term, chartered engineer? Okay, I think you might have heard only chartered accountant. Okay, so you can be a chartered engineer, which is given by various professional bodies, which is the Engineering Council UK. And I am a certified mentor here in India to make yourself a chartered engineer. So that takes care of your professional qualification. The things, the education which you are getting from this university is basically the educational qualification. When you are working in civil engineering industry, you need to have professionally qualified. That's where you have this professional qualification. This will be a passport to work in any international locations worldwide. Now, excuse me, can I have your attention, please? Okay. Just wanting to know, can any of you tell me any 5 schemes or 2 schemes launched by Government of India which are into infrastructure domain? Okay, yeah, please, just can tell me. Okay, good. Any other scheme? Okay, so there are a lot of schemes. My panelist member also said PMGSY, Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, one of the pioneer scheme. There's an Amrut scheme, which is for the water supply and wastewater connectivity. There is an industrial corridor coming up. Then there are various other schemes launched for various initiatives. How many of you heard about smart cities? That is one of the prestigious scheme launched by Government of India. So what I'm trying to tell you is about this Atmanirbhar Bharat and where you can touch upon, because you need to have yourself upgraded to know these schemes and which companies are getting involved in these types of schemes so that you can be better placed in these types of organizations. So going forward, I will just touch upon a few of the drives which are mainly into the Amrut scheme. Now, Amrut scheme 1 was launched way back in 2015-2016, wherein outlay of 50,000 CR was provided. The purpose of this scheme was to provide water and wastewater connectivity to various households, to have some rejuvenation work, for example, to make cycle tracks and other works, and also to help people get a clear water. That scheme ends in March 2022, and Amrut 2 has already launched now. Now, with Amrut 2 coming up, there are a lot of opportunities. You being a civil engineer to get involved with these types of schemes and get yourself well placed in this organization. So there is an outlay of somewhere around 2.68 lakh CR, sorry. And there is a funding from the central as well as the state government funding. Now, my second point would be, how many of you have heard about these industrial corridors? Okay, so how many corridors are coming up? Great. How many nodes? 24. 32, inclusive of all. Okay, so can you tell me any node which has been developed or underdeveloped? Great. So a good round of applause to this gentleman. He is aware of what is happening in the market. So touching upon on all these points, so it is must that you should get yourself upgraded and have these things. Now, just for your information, there are total 11 corridors identified, out of which 32 projects have been identified.
There are various schemes and various types of projects which are being developed or which are being implemented. I will not take much of your time, but in case any one of you is interested to get me on the latest updates on the market trend, either you can get back to me or to this gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are sure that the audience has much to gain from that speech. Now, as a fellow Amitian myself, I feel great pride in calling upon Mr. Rohit Tyagi, sir. Sir is an alumni of BTech Civil Engineering from Amity University, presently working as head engineer at Hilti, India. Sir is experienced professional with a demonstrated history of working in product management, strategy, construction industry, cement industry, specifications, and team leading. Prior to working at Hilti, Sir has worked as a product manager, chemical anchors for more than 2 years. With this, may I now request Sir to please address the gathering. Please, sir. Okay, good evening, everyone. At least a good evening to the alumni. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. Good, thanks. Sir is not required, but at least a good evening. Thank you. Okay, so I know I'm the person between you and getting free in the evening. It's already 5:15 and we do not want to extend it to a longer period. I have heard to all the speakers and I start with, I'm very humbled to share the panel, the dais with all the great minds who have far more experience compared to me. I have just started my career. This is how I say to all of you, and you will also start someday. My name is Rohit Tyagi. I passed out in 2012, BTech Civil Engineering, just finishing my management studies from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. So this is the additional education that I have started working with. I have a 7 year of experience with Hilti. So who we are, let me quickly brief and explain you that. So we are a 78-year-old organization. We work with around 32,000 employees across the world in 120 countries. About India, it's been a 27-year journey with around 1,000 employees and business turnover globally of around 50,000 crores, 6 billion franc. This is how we work. I have worked in different capacities in different functions, be it engineering, marketing, and now back to engineering as head of engineering. I'm based out of Bangalore. So don't be thankful about this. I had a plan to be in Delhi, so I am traveling to Delhi for official visits. I do not want to present any PPT content. A lot of information has been already passed on to you guys. The important piece is I want to give you a thought. You all are doing probably Bachelor of Engineering or Bachelors of Technology, right? Can someone tell me what's the difference between a BTech and an engineer? Anyone? No gifts, no rewards. What's the difference between a BTech? Generally people say, I'm a BTech. What's the difference between a BTech and an engineer? Is there a difference or not? Let's quickly debate on that. Is there a difference or not? Yes? What's the difference? Okay, so I'll help you out. BTech is a degree, engineering is a skill. Now after this session, probably after this course, you have to choose, are you a BTech or an engineer? Okay, thank you for being quiet on this question. So this is how you have to define, are you a BTech or an engineer? We have talked on a lot of things, and I also closely work with a lot of government departments, a lot of real estate players, and a lot of important projects that are happening around India. Important piece, I'll just validate what we all discussed and what all is happening around. And I will give you certain very quick and live examples which will make you feel comfortable and you will understand what has changed in the last 5 to 7 years. So government introduced a national infrastructure plan of around $18 billion in 2018-2019. And things started revolving and changing after that. There are a lot of examples of airport privatization. Now there are a lot of private players who are encouraged to participate and own the airports. Have you traveled 10 years back and traveling now?
the experience is very different. The Terminal 3 of Delhi, the world-class facility, and it is holding a rank of being the first #1 airport in world since last many years. That is changing in India. Public-private partnership. Government is encouraging a lot of projects and models on PPP model. A lot of private players are encouraged to participate, to invest, and then give it back to the users. RRTS, MRTS, there are two metro systems that are in place already. The existing metro system, so you imagine Delhi in 1998 or let's say 2000 and now. We are into the phase 4 of Delhi Metro Rail. Okay, that helps commuters to reach their destination very easily and comfortably. We also discussed on a lot of schemes, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, and I also already mentioned few other schemes, Swachh Bharat, Gati Se Pragati, Har Ghar Jal. And these are few other schemes that government is running and creating a big impact in every individual's life. So it's not only about the companies, the corporates, the institutions, it's everything to the user, the end user. So these all basic schemes are launched and introduced to make life of the user easy. So these are few schemes that government is working. Now we also see with Atmanirbhar Bharat, there is a huge investment on the defense side, defense corridors. So Uttar Pradesh alone as a state is having investment in more than 4 or 5 districts. I can correct the figures. Sir is already sitting here, so I'll just use the statement that I'm correcting the figures. So already 5 or 6 districts are having and seeing the investments due to this defense corridor projects. There are a lot of new tunnel projects that have happened in very recent, just because of this defense strengthening of the country. Lot of tunnel projects, and we are working with most of the projects. Warehousing. We have touched just the 10% of the population through digital mediums. And these vendors, Amazon, let's say Flipkart, and there are many other vendors, I do not want to name all of them. The last mile delivery, the logistics and the supply chain management. I was talking to one of the teams of these delivery partners, and they are investing in 1,000 warehouses in India. And these are all large scale, ranging from 5 lakh square feet to 10 lakh square feet. This is the level of investment India is seeing in very recent times. We also talked about the GDP. One of my co-panelists were discussing about GDP. If you read through the economic data, most of the countries are forecasting a GDP of 1%, 1.5%, 2%. Few are on negative also, -1%, -2%. We are still on a very positive note and a GDP forecast of 7.5%, 8%. That should give you guys a lot of confidence that even after so much of geopolitical tensions and geographic disturbances, India is forecasting a GDP of 8 to 9%, which gives a lot of confidence to all the industrialists, all the people who are seeking jobs or want to enter into business. Either you will be doing job or you will be entering into business. So that makes sense in both ways for you guys. We also touched upon other schemes when sir was discussing about Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, MORTH, launched a plan in 2017 or 18, which is Indian Bridge Management System, IBMS. That's an allocation of more than 1 lakh crore of money. And that only works on the current health status of all the bridges and culverts on the national highways. It's also a very digital medium. They have captured all these culverts, bridges, current health status. It is all monitored, captured on a platform. Then it is segregated on the criticality basis, and then the remedial solutions are provided and worked upon. So Indian Institute of Bridge Engineering, set up in Noida, Sector 62. We have that institute there. It is very active in this Indian Bridge Management System project. We also touched upon unicorns. So sir mentioned that India is the economy who is giving most of the startups. And this year only we touched upon 100 unicorns. We should be proud of that. And things are moving and rolling. So with this, I would like to give you a bit more confidence, which is the highest rail bridge in the world. Which is the highest rail bridge in the world? Yeah, please. Is it Chenab Rail Bridge? Okay. So is it Chenab Rail Bridge? It's Chenab Rail Bridge under Udhampur Srinagar Banihal Rail Link, USBRL. Okay, so we have the highest rail bridge. Second, we have the highest and biggest metro rail network in the world. We are working on world's largest lift irrigation project in Telangana, Palamuru Rangareddy, which is completely indigenous. The contractor is Mega Engineering, based out of Telangana. BHEL is helping to supply the pumps, fully indigenous, no outsourcing and no foreign investments or interference. A project which is of massive scale. I mean, a neighbor country's defense budget is utilized in just one project, 80,000 crore. We are working on world's largest lift irrigation project. We are proudly having the world's second largest office space. Can someone name that? It's in Ahmedabad, it's in Gujarat. Someone wants to try for this? Surat Diamond Bourse. After Pentagon, we are having the world's second largest office space. We have a record of building fastest roads, the bitumen road in the world, which we just received 3 or 4 months back on the Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. We are also having world's largest cricket stadium. And this did not stop even in COVID. Now you can understand what is the relevance of boosting infrastructure and strengthening the existing infrastructure of the company. Nothing stopped even during COVID. We were part of most of these projects. We continuously worked. We got special permissions from the government to open the warehouses and support these projects. 2014, the average rate of national highway road construction was 2 kilometers per day. The government took over with a target of 50 kilometers per day. We have already achieved 38 kilometers per day. Probably by next year and we'll achieve 50 kilometers per day national highway construction. So we are living, moving and revolutionizing in this kind of world. I leave you again with a question. Are you a BTech or an engineer? Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists. It's time for us to listen to the summary of the panel discussion. Over to chair of the session. So, please.
So, all my young friends sitting at the back will have to just be here for under 5-10 minutes. And I think it's been a good session for all those people who heard it well. But I found about 85% not so interested. But the time has come that you better become interested, otherwise you'll lose the bus. So don't be a passenger, be the onlooker who's looking for something, and that's how things will move. So are you all hearing me? Are you all okay? So the talk given by the speakers and my colleagues here on the dais, if you have captured at least some words of what they have said, this is enough for you to get into the business of things. And I think it will give you enough indication as to what all is waiting for you. So if you can do that, I will just summarize as to what my colleague said. Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, he is from the, he is doing a lot of wonderful work with the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. And he has told us as to how they are connecting the roads from one village to the other. It is not about connecting roads, it is about connecting lives and people. These are warm-bodied persons like you and me, and it is making a hell of a difference. Connectivity is not only for the convenience of the people who are there, but it is about doing business, ease of doing business, and that's how the economy runs. And this is one way that India has suddenly boomed up, and one of the prime reasons is the roads. And there is enough down the chain which the government is trying to do, and they're working day in and day out. And your colleague, ex-Amity, the person who just told you as to what is the mammoth sum that we are all driving through. We also talked about as to how we are monitoring our roads, how on the portal itself, on their mobiles, we can make out as to how things are moving at the space that they are moving about. The kind of road network that he's talked about is about 8 lakh kilometers, of which they've been able to complete about 7.5 lakh. So it's a big achievement, and I think they deserve quite applause. We had Dr. J. Bhattacharya, who talks about the sustainable infrastructure. Sustainability is the buzzword, and you have to ensure that it sticks on with you and make an attempt every day, single day, that this sustainability must continue from now on in case it hasn't been ingrained in. And this will only happen when each one of us takes responsibility, ownership of what we do and how we do. And it starts from the word go when you leave your houses, come to this college and go back home. We've all been talking about Atmanirbharta for the last about 2 hours or so, but how many of us can get up in the morning, make a cup of tea for himself or herself, and give it to your parents? I'm confused as to how many are doing it. If you are not doing it, please do it, because when you leave your homes and get into the business of things, you will have to do each and everything for yourself. So 2030, the energy demand is rising, the levels of the demands are rising, and each one is responsible for what we do. And for that, I have one slogan, that the energy is a major source which is required by all of us, as also it is causing a lot of carbon emissions, which is now becoming the talk of the day for making it net zero. So if all the students sitting here today onwards give me a vow that we will ensure that when we come out of our rooms, whether at homes or in the college, we must switch off our lights that we've left behind. Invariably, the institutions like ours, the offices, they run with a lot of electricity. In case एक आदमी एक यूनिट अगर एक दिन सेव करता है, तो मुझे बताया जाता है कि आपके यहाँ 25,000 लोग हैं, 25,000 units really cost a sum, and this amount of money can be utilized for our people who are, still struggling for a piece of roti a day. Technical innovations and collaborations was also talked about. We had Ms. Anamika Kadam from the L&T. It's a big industry, ladies and gentlemen. L&T is working worldwide within India. It is working for the defense forces. We have a large number of runway projects that the L&T has done for us and is also doing. So we have all the big firms that work for us, and it is a humongous task that we have in hand. So my thanks to the L&T for being there. They're into consulting, they're into construction, and you name what it is. So she also talked about the environmental social governance, and which is the thing. All inclusive is the only answer. Sitting at your desk, if you can make out as to what's happening where, that is the answer of the day. Sometime back, we have a Japanese firm which is working here in Delhi with us. They are into tunnels, and the system of safety is so good that they laid out sensors all across the place, and it will give you indication that the soil that you're working on or the tunnel that you're working in, if it is about to cave in, it will start showing blue, yellow, red. So moment it is blue and then it comes to yellow, it is warning our people. So the people's safety is also coming into play. These are kind of things that are taking place. Carbon neutrality, gentlemen, is appearing to be just a word in the books. No, it is causing a lot of harm to the environment. And the only saving grace in the difficult times of the COVID was that the ozone layer, which there was appearing to be a hole, is again getting repaired. So it is for all of us to decide as to how clean environment when we can give it to ourselves. We had Mr. Rohit Tyagi, who is an alumni of this college, and my compliments to him for having learned the buzzword of the business school so very well that he talked about the entire gamut of what's happening in India, from energy, the marketing, how growth is taking place, at what rate it is taking place, what are the concepts that something like the PPP, the defense corridors, other corridors that are coming up. So India is the place where things are happening nice and good. When we talked about the highest bridges, it is happening here. We had the Rohtang tunnel, which is itself a challenging task, which each one of the civil engineers who sit here must go and watch. With that, I would leave behind certain remarks for all of you to understand and note down as to how, one, that we need to save energy. While you learn theory here in the classes, but ground पे चीजें अलग होंगी, उनमें आपको तभी समझ आएगा जब आप अपने हाथों से जो भी यहाँ बताया जाता है उसको आप करेंगे. सीमेंट का रेशियो कैसा होगा, सीमेंट का मिक्स कैसा होगा, उसकी स्ट्रेंथ कैसी होगी, वो किताबों में पढ़ने से तो आपको आपके नंबर स्कोर करने के लिए काम आएगा, लेकिन जब आप जमीन पर जाते हैं, जब तक आप अपने हाथ खुद उस रेते में, उस मिट्टी में और सीमेंट से नहीं सनेंगे, आपको चीजें समझ नहीं आएंगी. And once you do it, you will become the best engineer, as your friend was talking about, from being a degree holder to being a skilled person. Whatever activities as human beings we are doing, we are disturbing the natural cycles which the God had given us. These essentially mean the oxygen cycle, the nitrogen cycle, the carbon dioxide cycle, and that is how the environment functions. Moment we tweak with it, and these are the reasons that we are finding rains taking place in the month of October. That happened here, and a lot of crops have been disturbed. And these are the reasons why the carbon footprint is increasing by the day. So we as good citizens of this country must keep that in mind. We are also getting into a lot of work, and future is coming up very soon. Water is an important resource. There are countries today in this world where beer is cheaper than water. And India is a country where the water flows free. But if we don't take care of it, the time is not far when there will be wars. When we talk about world wars, there will be a world war because of the water. And that thing is coming up very soon. So with that, I would like to tell all the youngsters today that we need to be the engine of change. We need to be the elixirs of freedom that we all talked about in this era of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So be the elixirs of freedom, the elixirs of change, and the elixirs of self-reliance. And let the people, generation who are coming up further, have faith and belief in these countrymen who sit in front of me, that they will give them their best for future generations to come up. So you all promise me that you're going to be the engines of change? Can I hear a yes from you? Yes. Are you going to be the engines of change? Yes, sir. So I would take you back to that movie when it says, "Apna time aayega nahi, apna time aa chuka hai." So please be at it, and wish you all the very best. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you to all the panelists for sparing their valuable time. More than that, discussing with us the latest in industry and sharing some insightful data with us and letting us know that it's very important that we stay on top of what is trending, and then only we will be market relevant. As sir said, time aa gaya hai apna. So it's time for us to put our thought into action. Thank you once again for sparing your valuable time. May I now request all the panelists to kindly step forward for a photograph session. Followed by that, we would like to thank you for being there in our campus with a small token of appreciation. So could you please step forward? Thank you so much, students. We would like to thank you for patiently listening to us and allowing us to keep you here for some time, but I hope that there is a great amount of takeaway. Thank you. So can we just step forward and we will take a photograph here. So students, as you are happy with the session ending, can we have a round of applause as loud as possible? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. You are such a great source of motivation. Thank you to each, one and all. Today, as far as physical sessions are concerned, we come to an end of the physical session. But my dear students, just want to inform you that trace is on till 8:15 p.m. today. We are having series of keynotes that are going to take place, and request you all to take advantage of the keynote speeches that are lined up. We are being joined by Dr. Sanjay Kumar Shukla, Associate Professor of Edith University, Australia already, and we are going to be having his keynote speech on geosynthetic and geotextiles. So that's the next talk, which is already available online for all of you. So kindly join in. Thank you once again for being there with us. Thank you, and let's clap for the audience.
Recording stopped.